Should have chosen another exit.
Testing. Okay. NVIDIA broadcast is freaking the fuck out, so I guess we're not using broadcast today. I've had so many issues with broadcast recently. I don't know why it's freaking out so much recently. And anyway. Is there a lot of feedback on the mic right now? Okay, it's good. Alright, thank you. It's going to hear everything, so it is what it is. Also, whoa. What did you guys got from? Okay, well. Thank God's not permadeath. But yeah, let me know how the mic sounds. I'm gonna try to keep it far away so it doesn't sound too bad. There it goes. It was freaking out for a second, I think. Let me turn the office fan off too. Alexa, office fan off. Alright, there we go. Alright, well, that does not on me. All of the poor med kits. No. No. Alright, run it back. Run it back. Now, I like broadcast a lot though, NVIDIA broadcast. It's super useful. It's just been like, I probably just need to reinstall it. I've always noticed this with broadcast, it gets super temperamental after a while. Like, I don't know what it is about the software, it just doesn't want to work after, like, being installed for so long. It's so weird. Alright, so same thing, there we go. No, not this one, that one's cursed. Muzzle device, and we'll wear a flashlight again. And 50 cal. And we're good. I'm very sad we just lost all of those med kits. That's like gonna be like the hardest part of the immersion, is just like not running out of med kits. Yeah, that's actually a good point too, Traveler. I did install the new driver for Stalker 2 recently. That could have thrown it out of whack. I probably just need to reinstall broadcast again. Like, it's on right now, but it's not picking up my mic. It's anyway. Yeah, on the like fixed version of this map too. So before, in the previous iteration of this map, before the most recent patch, nothing would spawn over here, and now we do eventually, or now we do have like mobs that will spawn over here and come down eventually. It did, yeah. Drivers are always so finicky too. Like, AMD doesn't push them out quick enough, NVIDIA pushes them out probably too early because they're buggy, and then Intel just is, you know, catching up still. So apparently there are new cards coming out sometime this year. I think they were saying in December, right? Are going to be on par with like 4070 Ti's. Which is interesting actually if they can pull it off and have it be like a lower MSRP. I would love more competitors in that space. Just, the more competitors in that space, the better. NVIDIA has been king for too long. Big boy meds because we're out. Oh no, like Stalker 2 was going to be temporary, right? It was mainly just for like, I don't want to like have Wednesday was the exception because of it just released that day, and Thursday's our usual off day. But I usually try to keep Forever Winter content on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, at least for now. It was because Stalker came out, which is pretty weird, right? Too games usually it's like usually Tuesday or like Friday releases for games. Very rare to have a game released on a Wednesday. Not something you often see, but it's usually Tuesdays. All I need to do this game is give me like some indication of my health, and I'll be so happy. Like, hold on. Yeah, we definitely were a little bit low. Oh, I don't. And to be fair, Pixel, I don't have it posted anywhere, so you're right to probably be a bit like unaware. And to be fair, the schedule might be changing again soon too. Like, it's also why I don't want to put it down in like writing too, because it's probably going to change again. Yeah, the game looks great. It's a great looking. It's literally like an art house game, right? The game is supposed to kind of have this like aesthetic feel to it. Yeah, the game looks amazing. Now the gameplay, it's kind of janky, but you know that's what we're here for, janky gameplay. And I'm kind of like hyped for a next patch. They said they said the new guy before Christmas, right? Yes, we love jank. We love flying T90s. Yeah, it's very rough. It's literally like Stalker, right? Stalker 2 is the same thing right now in regards to. Thanks, John. It's a little like something as Stalker, right? Where like the atmosphere is really cool, but the gameplay is a bit rough. How the fuck that works? I mean, at a certain point, it probably becomes the future, right? No.
For the resistant code.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, so that's like, personally, like as I stated before, I'd be very surprised if they put out more than just like one content patch a quarter. So like, if they actually, is it just Gunhead? That's fine. But if they actually do like the actual full content patch before Christmas, I would be like pleased. We'll have to see if they can maintain that cadence, especially going into like the first quarter, considering holidays, but wait, Pixel, which one are you talking about? T-posing your open sky, Jesus. Why is that not ringing a bell to me? Alright, we did plug pull. We actually, what quests we have? We can't. Okay. No HUD, no quest log. So I had plug pull, which I did. At least I'm pretty sure I did. Go check. And we had, kill your opens, which we've definitely done. And then we had to do Flames of Disruption, which is over by the mech. Yeah, I can't remember any T-posing guys in this game. Alright, we did turn you off. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I remember now. Okay, yeah. So in the middle of the fields of like, yeah, I know where the spot is on Ashen Mesa. Like in the middle of the road, there is like an area in the sky, like not too far off the sky, where it's a few units T-posing. I think it's usually like a water scav, right? And a Europen, I think, also. They might have heard me sprinting. I think they heard me sprinting. gonna miss the next run. I think they're always there. Let's go, I guess, the safe way over to there. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it on Scorched. I believe you though, but I haven't seen it on Scorched before. Yeah, I'm very happy the small doors now do not make sounds. I think it's a good compromise, right? The big doors do make sounds, small doors don't. I think I'm happy with that. Though I will say, I would like for them to maybe add like additional sound effects or different sound effects for the doors to kind of help highlight that. It's a pretty big thing they need to do right in the game currently, in the sense that there's a lot of things that they could do, but they need to make sure they like relay that to the players pretty well. Okay, they're probably shooting at the cyborgs that spawn over there, not me, I think. I've been shooting at me. Oh, just not me. What the hell? What the hell? Guys, the pipes aren't that interesting, are they? Alright, well, I mean, we have some pipe cultists here, so we're just gonna move on by, I guess. Oh, no, more pipe cultists. Another member of the cult. More members of the cult. More members of the cult. Oh my god, there's so many of them now. If only I had a grenade. No, cultist members, stop. What is going on here? It's a fucking jamboree. Hey guys, can I admire the pipe with you guys? It's a nice looking pipe. Can't really see what I got touch like this. Yeah, there we go. Whoa, I was trying to buy the pipe. I just want to buy the pipe with you guys. Apparently it's a frickin' private club. Alright, make the fire. Yeah, it's a very exclusive pub. Whole membership fee, all that good things. Membership fee, approval process, wait list. I can't jump the line. It's very fair of them.
This is what it's all for.
Must be a plumber, yeah. Well, I guess they can just leave the legend do then. Wait, yep, that was one. It's the bat signal, I think. Hey, it's pretty close, right? Hold on. Nope. No Batman. It is, I will say, it is kind of like cool and immersive how like the flashlight does do this. I missed. Missed again.
Contact.
As long as you hit headshots, these things do get folded by this thing. Ground? I'll leave.
Congratulations.
Oh, and HK's now too? Ugh.
Damn, close call. On a day of close calls.
Alright. All of our quests completed too. I do, like, that's gonna be a big thing also, is remembering all the quests I have. Alright, on to Mesa. Also, how many medkits did I use? Vendors. I used a lot of them. That's gonna be a big issue here. I basically just have to hit my medkit key whenever I feel like I got hit. Because I just cannot tell otherwise. What guns? You could do some unsilenced things too, man. The RPD is so bad. It was. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock now. Okay, that makes sense. On the hour, every hour. Wee. Alright, we're going to Mesa. I haven't used a Scar in a while, but it's always a mistake not to use silenced guns in this game. We do SVD. SVD and Curse P90? Maybe not Curse P90. So we do have a silenced gun. That's not a lot of silenced guns. SVD ammo. Looking for 54R. Yeah, plenty of that. Yeah, 300 is probably plenty. And then 9mm. 600 is fine. Meds. 7. Quests. We need to get some quests. That's free. Why not? And then we need to pay back also. Easy 3. Alright, here's a big thing though too. Listen to my prayers. Also check. Lock. Why won't you listen to me? Oh, it's part of the HUD too, I can't tell. Maybe he did listen. Probably not. They're birds. It's fucking birds. Alright. And one last thing. Since we're going to the good old Ashen Mesa, we need a jump. And regions. Yeah, Pixel, I mean, it's a great gun for, like, actual sniping. If they amended the drop-off, if they amended the drop-off / inaccuracy, and also, yeah, if they made the SVD a better sniper rifle with accurate scopes, I would love it for sniping. But, like, you have to, like, play this guessing game right in regards to, like, where you aim at sometimes.
Gotta keep a record in the event of my death.
Let's go see if Rat King is here. And also look for T-posing friends. You already see them over here too, or are they? Yeah, you can kind of see them, I think, right. No, that's actually, hold on, that's Gold Brick. Hold on, let's go to our sniping spot. Let's see if we can out-snipe Gold Brick from across the map. It's probably not gonna go well for us because Gold Brick does fucking smack. I think he does like 1100 per shot. Do I hear Rat King? Or you're Escomex? You're Escomex. Whoa. Alright. So there's Gold Brick. Our T-posing friends are usually over here. They might not spawn until we get closer, though. They're usually I find them like right around here. I love pneumatic jump so much. Okay. Before we shoot at him, let's see. Okay, so like, there we go. Okay, no, he hurt me so much. He two-shot me. Where's my sniper rifle that does that? Damn you, Gold Brick. Yeah, Gold Brick can one-shot lower-end scavs. It's 1100 per shot. Why is his sniper rifle that accurate and mine just goes off the side? Like, you can see too the SED, like 300 meters. That wasn't even 300 meters. Like how much it deviates off center. Its MOA is terrible. I can fix this though. I have a solution. This is my main account, right? So I should have access to it, I think. I should still have plenty of them, I think. Yep, I still have 6. We're good. I too can escalate my weapons. He has a 36M. I have a 36M. Yeah, but basically a bigger sniper that has a much better tendency to one-shot. I think it's more accurate too. I guess we'll find out. We will find out. The only problem is 20 mil takes up so much space, but we got plenty of room. A bigger sniper rifle. I actually don't have that much 20 mil. We can make it work. I mean, 100 rounds is more than enough. Once again, the biggest loss. The medkits. Now we only have 10 regular ones. I will get my revenge, Gold Brick. Yeah, that's definitely a trend, right? Hey, Cosmic. But no, yeah. I definitely have had this issue before, right? Where, you enjoy a gun so much, you run out of ammo for it, right? Which is kind of the problem I raised with 308, right? Is like you can never almost have enough 308. Like, with 308, if you enjoy those guns, you will almost be guaranteed to run dry very quickly. Unless you play like a reset game or camp resets for a while, it's so hard to stockpile 308. It'd be interesting too, right? If every gun was like limited to 250 per reset, it'd be much more interesting. But because like 545, 762, 556 is all 500 per reset. All right, Gold Brick. Yeah, pneumatic jump, it's great. All right, before we shoot him, let's see where our drop off is. Okay, it's pretty low. Before I clear low plate, you can see too, like the voices going around him. Okay, good shot, you got him. Yeah, that's great, Darkstar. Rat King! That's good, Rat King. No, leave Rat King alone. We gotta save Rat King. You will not hurt Rat King. Get out of here. All the time. I'm helping you. I'm killing a Eurasian chopper. But yeah, no, Rat King dies all the time. If he's outnumbered mech-wise, like, he will just, like, absolutely destroy another mech one-on-one. But, like, the second he's outnumbered, which is a lot, he generally will just die. Like, 2 Europa mechs will usually kill him, 2 Ruska mechs will typically kill him. I don't actually know the damage number for the Ruska mech's main gun. That's fair. No, this gun is loud enough where that will happen. Also, because NVIDIA broadcast is off too, everything's just out of whack. I'm sure my like equalizer right now is going fucking crazy, having to like not help the broadcast. Yeah, I need to probably reinstall broadcast. I think that the most recent NVIDIA driver update fucked it up. So right now we have basically the only noise canceling I have is on OBS itself. And it's probably doing overtime. Anyway. This is a fun spot, but be careful because if you fall, you will almost assuredly die in most spots. Alright, I did helicopter respawn though. Yeah, I usually see the guy spawn over here. Let's go find him. We came here to see T-posing. Let's go find T-posing. I'm still healing too. Thanks, appreciate it. They're fun to do too. Right now, the water map quest is bugged. You can't get it. It's not something you can actually get. The pictures you can, but the actual water map, no. Yeah, there's a few bug quests. If you go to... And I don't have the link on hand. If you go to my Ashen Mesa video on my channel, in the description of that, there should be a link to a Google Sheet. On that Google Sheet will tell you basically all the quests that are bugged and other things about quests too. Usually the T-posing like right over here, I think, right? It may not always happen. It might require certain things to happen. But yeah, you usually find the T-posing over there. Yeah, Loki will also tell you bug quests too. Yeah, there's a certain lack of visual indication when you don't have the HUD on, and like, there's no, outside of the HUD effects, there's no visual indication, yeah, basically, that you are taking damage. We could assume because there was bullets going into our back, but... we're gonna die a lot here, John. I'm not too worried about it. Like, us not having... Oh, God. Us not being able to see our health bar is gonna be really bad. There's gonna be a lot of deaths on stream today. Which is why we're not doing permadeath. Alright, let's go over the tried and true RPK. Where are you, Bay? There will certainly be deaths. .762. That's plenty for now. We did finish. We got payback time. We should kill this guy still. We need to call the herd. Maximum immersion, you have no idea how hurt you are. In the grim dark future of the perimeter, you can no longer bleed. You can no longer tell that you're bleeding. Everyone in the future has that weird disease where you can't feel pain. I wouldn't be surprised if it's later today.
Wake up.
And maybe we can even watch it on stream if it actually pops out soon.
Alive.
I have no idea if it's today or not. I would be like, they could push it out Thanksgiving week. But like, they stopped questions like, what, like a month or two, or a couple days ago, right? And like recording, I guess they wanted to do like a lot of editing. I don't think they need to do that much editing. It's literally just like record the Q&A and then post it on the YouTubes. But if it's not today, it's definitely almost next week, guaranteed, right? Also, I'm curious. I haven't tried yet. Alright, we cannot kill lights. That was a cool feature of Stalker 2, right? Is you can actually destroy some of the lights. Whoa, 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 whoa! Why did you just suddenly shut... I have a silencer on. You're not supposed to do that. Man, so much gas in the way, too. I mean, it does make sense. I will say, like, out of everything, having a bunch of gas in front of your face when you're shooting a silenced gun, okay. It does if you have big things in them. So, like, the way I've noticed that it works is if you have, like, a lockbox in, like, your back, it will start deflecting the bullets. But I don't think your regular containers will. It's only like the big ass container, which is a reason why like the medium equipment runner is so good. Yeah, the biggest thing is the flash. Hey, Rat King. He's got the Reese. I mean, it's like he's asking me to ride him. You want me to ride you, pal? Pal, you want me to ride you? Alright, friend, stand still. I don't trust him right now. He's not standing still. Oh. Did he not even ignoring him? Hey, Rob, how's it going? I wonder it's because he's flying. Okay, they're fighting now. Well, he hit them before. Just the two names have such janky physics. You got this, Rat King. Yeah, he's like, if you slide as a scav, right, they don't actually fight him until like he actually attacks them first. Leave Rat King alone. You are... Oh, okay, hold on. Give me 1 second here. Let me just restart broadcast. Quick. All right, you guys can enjoy the look of... Enjoy Toothy. Give me 1 second. You won't hear any game audio, though, so... Toothy died. Testing. Yeah, it just broadcast is not picking it up right now. Let me actually like fully close out a broadcast. Would you like to work today, broadcast? Testing. It is not picking it up. I have to assume like the wait, hold on, let me do this. Testing. There it goes. Okay, hold on. We can fix this. Okay, testing. All right. That should be better now. That is going through broadcast. Is it too loud? Are we good? It's showing me it's spiking, but also Rat King is dead. Okay, that should be broadcast now, so it should sound back to normal. Knock on wood. God, broadcast. Man, broadcast just cannot get things right now. Yeah, I'll fix it later. So unfortunately, the audio, I can turn on the audio a bit in game. Yeah, it's just, I had to just deploy broadcast before. Let's make this a bit quieter. Broadcast just does broadcast just doesn't want to work right now. Whenever I do a driver update for NVIDIA, it wants me to reinstall broadcast. I turned it off, Pixel. So, hey there, thanks. It's very unfortunate, but it is what it is. I will have to fix it off stream. NVIDIA broadcast is it's great software, it's just insanely temperamental. Alright, we're looking for Tormentor. He's not up there. You could have dropped down too, though. Who is shooting at me? Alright, no one. Yeah, I'm not sure of the conditions that we need to have to actually spawn the T-pose in here. I have seen it before. I want to say it's when the Europa mechs are around too. It's great, but janky software. Like, the fact that it can, actually filter out noise to the degree that it can is amazing. But it also, just NVIDIA drivers sometimes just, I mean, NVIDIA just sometimes has... It's just drivers, right? Drivers are weird, and... I've had to do, not too often, but, every couple, year or two, I will just have to do a clean reinstall of the NVIDIA drivers. I will have to delete them first with the DDU, and then actually reinstall them, clean. Also, ED spawn. I really wish they preferred if they got rid of the fire and kept the models as opposed to keeping the fire and getting rid of the models. If they were able to transition the dead models to be actual static props on the map after they die, that'd be so cool. Probably not doable for performance reasons, right? But I mean, if they didn't have infinite respawns, I guess it could be the case. It would be interesting, right? If there was only a set amount of large vehicles a map, and for that reason, you could actually keep the static props. Imagine just imagine sitting on a battlefield for an hour waiting for the battle to run through and then looting afterward. That would be cool, right? Just being a full-fledged scavenger. Nothing... imagine being on a map for so long, actually, that it goes from the day shift to the night shift, but the bodies remain. I have a 3080. So blinding. Go by me, just shooting at a wall of smoke. Ow.
Taking fire!
Alright, on to the looting. Did you just spawn in front of me? Yeah, I mean, I was like about 60 FPS or above. I'm on high settings right now, too. Like, it's not bad performance. It could be better, though. I think the main thing, rather, as opposed to optimizations, which I still do want, is mainly just, like, the effects being a bit more streamlined or, not I guess reworked in a sense. Like the muzzle flash. They have fixed the love of like the muzzle, the tracer rounds. So like these tracers are fine. They're much smaller, but some of the old guns they haven't touched up yet still have that really weird tracer effect where they're gigantic. Now, I shouldn't go here because I have only small medkits right now. But I must. How's my ammo, actually? We're still pretty good. Not great, but we're fine. Okay, we have the entire cyborg collection over here.
Oh, we might have a ghost of a chance if we work together.
Who am I talking to? Am I talking to the cyborgs? Let's work together, guys. Don't mind me just going up the stairs. I didn't know it saw me.
Oh. Calculated.
Yeah, quite a few of the guns are like that. Like, thankfully, like, they fixed a few of the guns in the most recent patch, so they're not as bad. But some of the guns are still pretty egregious with how their tracers look and their muzzle flash too.
Just what I need in my life. Complete.
That's interesting, Pixel. I am not... We can go over to the Nexus and experiment with that, actually. I am curious myself, too, if that is the case. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to do, right? Just different loot pools depending on the cause of death. Also, I think there might be an issue there. I think it pops in later. Like we can see through the ground there. I think it comes in later though. We drop down here. Oh, ow. Hey zombie, how's it going? No, it's still not rendered yet. There it goes. Still not nearly as bad as Stalker 2's pop-in. Yeah, Pixel, considering like they don't drop all that much to begin with, it's kind of hard to like gauge. You would need a pretty good sample size of both to actually probably get a good idea if it's actually the case. At that point, you're probably just better off like decrypting the files and just like looking in the actual code. Oh, zombie, no, it's not over yet. I mean, it's just kind of like a returning thing we do every so often. Today's just like kind of a casual, just chill out, play some immersion mode. Just a different change of pace. Break it up a little bit. I think we did die though, paradeath-wise, at the very end of last stream, so...
Survival is an option.
You don't see me.
Very lucky with patrols.
Bring it us. You guys love the Scav Mule. Or at least you do. I swear, if they could just like let you actually bring in like stuff with the Scav Mule, instantly worth it. Extra bag space for lower, like it would, for people with like lower tier bags like Scav Girl or like Old Man, it would help out the early game so much. Also, yes. No, I think we're out of ammo. Oh yeah, we definitely are. We are on our last mag. Yeah, but like you have to bring it first though. So like if you're stuck on your like starter crate, yeah, bear, no HUD for today. Experiencing the joy of having no idea where your health is at. So you just occasionally fall over and die. Like when you're stuck on like the original backpack, it's pretty brutal in regards to your inventory space. Like we'll go over to the regular backpack and like we'll show how bad it is.
Slowly but surely. I get some at least.
Yeah, the mule just ends up dying too, which is an issue, but like if you could just tell it to sit somewhere and act as like an extra backpack you can just go back to, it's nice. So let me turn these quests real quick. And we'll drop you. So if we go over to like the very basic backpack, right? Which is what most players will have until they save up into a good backpack. Like they're basically the same, right? Like we can only bring a very small amount of ammo. So let's just go for like your basic AK ammo, right? Let's see how much we can carry. Hold on, we already do. So of 545, we can carry 400 rounds. And that's not including meds. If we were like gonna say do a loadout. Let's see what our vendors real quick. You're still on cooldown, right? You're not. So let's say like we bring in like 5 med kits, right? I think 5 is a pretty basic like starter amount. I feel like you could bring in less, but I feel like any less than that, you're gonna be hurting yourself. And then like if you bring in the max ammo, so 350, you can start going down on that. But like your inventory is still pretty full already, right? So like if you were able to like use the mule as a way of bringing some extra stuff in like meds, it'd be very nice. Because that's the biggest problem early game, right? Is like you have this dilemma of, I guess it's fine because it's supposed to be like a stealthier game, but like you have this real trade-off in the early game of how much ammo do I bring in, how much meds do I bring in, and like those will directly impact how much I can loot. Oh, let's bring in not water jump. Let's go back. And like once we get to like a medium rig, right? That changes immediately, though this is like we upgraded that, so that's not a fair comparison. But like once we go over to this, right, we can actually like use one of these for meds and ammo, and we still have plenty of loot spots. But like that first like 350k grind for this one can be kind of tedious at times, especially if you're newer, right? And you don't know like what the best way to make money is. All right. I haven't used the M60 in a very long time. I think I have plenty of 308. No, I don't have a lot of 308. No 308. So yeah, the 308, the issue is you can get 50, you can get 200 off this guy, and 50 off this guy, and that's all your 308 ammo per reset. So if you camp the resets, you're fine, but like, still. And so we brought 500 rounds, and we still have a decent amount of space in all of these, considering volume 2, so it's like we can still loot a bit. And let's go over to Nexus. I do want to experiment too to see if like we can just anecdotally see. So we can bring a recruit, we'll bring a Scav Mule. But yeah, carry your gear, 3k HP. The problem is too, it's like it's really slow, and its pathing is really weird too. So it has like similar pathing issues to like the dog, where it will go around, it will move around areas to try to get to you, right? As opposed to like following you directly. That's a conspiracy theory pixel that I approve of. Just like the birds. This is our lovely little Scav Mule. We can drop stuff off in him. It's got a little bulldozer too. It'd be interesting too, he doesn't have a large slot. He can carry weapons, but he doesn't have a large slot. It does make it awkward though too, right? Because in order to put weapons on him, we would first need to actually have a weapon rig also. It would be cool perhaps if like he would just, you know, it'd be interesting if we had the ability for more commands and we just commanded him to like go loot an area, and he'll loot everything in the area, including small little bags, right? So imagine if you could like kill enemy squad and you tell the scav bot to go loot while you go do other things or keep watch. That'd be a cool concept too. It might be hard to program in, but it would be like kind of interesting to like, you know, kill a bunch of guys, or you see like a graveyard, you go send the scav bot in to start looting, and then you just cover it. All right. Sir? I got not. Remember, I can't go for body. I gotta go for body shots here. All right, you go over there, please. Sir, I told you to stand still. Oh, we have some drones. I do like how they explode next to each other and take each other out. Alright, we should have one more wave of enemies coming in. Yeah, there they are. Gotta get those knee shots. Heads? Any heads? I kind of believe that, you know, it's not actually the case. It seems like extra work for nothing. And, like, there are Easter eggs and, like, cool immersive things, but there's not a lot of them yet. So stuff like this is extra fluff. I wouldn't expect this early in the game. Of, like... Especially considering weak spots aren't in yet either. Maybe once we see, like, weak hits, like, you know, hit spots, like the weak spots, maybe that will change. Probably, yeah. That's the weird thing, too, with low probabilities. Like, and computers, is they can freak you out sometimes, because they don't seem natural to humans. Can I go over there? Alright, bye. Where are you? Alright, so what we can do now is go back to our friend. I mean, I don't mind it. It's mainly like the biggest pain point I have right now with these guys is that they have this tendency to move when I tell them to hold their position, right? And so they'll end up like walking in front of you. Oh, I can't give him stuff that I don't know what it is yet. I can fix that. Also, I was like clicking and shooting. Oh, it's gotta be on the platform, okay. Alright, let's see our first tower of stuff. Beautiful. There's one. Our second tower of stuff. Alright, let's go back to our little Scav Mule over here. And give him items. We got a few components though, I will say. I don't know, that's 4 components. I don't usually get that many components, I feel like. They're pretty rare. Maybe there is some truth to it. I don't feel like I get that many components. And he's already full too. 26.1 seems pretty small for him also. I feel like he's gonna need some extra utility in the future. Yeah, he's already full. Like, so right now, he's a bag that has pretty minimal space, it looks like. Yeah, we can't move everything else over. 26.4, which is basically the same as a large container slot, I guess. So it's like bringing one extra large container in, which I guess is it's really nice as a lower, you know, a smaller rig container player or container person. Also, hold on, can I get up here? I haven't tried this yet. Free me. No, let me do this. Wait, what? Alright, that's sliding me off. Watch this. There we go. Oh, we got it. Nice. Oh, that's walled off. That's walled off. So we can get up here. Kind of janky up there, though, I will say. goes Stalker 2 Immersion. Or sorry, it's Forever Winter Immersion. Watch me jump up things and try to get out of bounds. There we go. Alright, so we tried that little wall right there to knock us off. I want to see if I can get like right there though. Nah, there's like an invisible wall there. It's unfortunate. Alright, how many officers do we have? Alright, that's one officer. Where's the other one? It makes sense, right? Not let me go out of bounds. My officer is dead. There usually is one more, though. How are we on ammo? We probably have 300-ish, 250-ish left. Yeah, probably 250. So we can't stay for too long, but we can do a little bit more. If I recall, we can get up there, if I recall correctly. Alright, we have an officer in the front. Female officer. What's up there? Sir? Don't listen to my jump, please. Alright, this actually works out well for me. Brawler's no brawling, brawler's no brawling. Alright, they're dead. By the way, those guys will one-shot you if they get to you, so just be wary of that. They have no chill. Alright. Come back over here. Wait, we're so close. It's not real. Oh no, there's a different group of brawlers on the map. And like, well, so the first ones are always the heavy brawlers that will melee you. After that, it's always the range brawlers who will just tear you apart via RPK. The walls are fake. It's not real. We're in a simulation. I could have swore we got it up here before. It's probably like very, very tight on where you have to like actually get up at. I'm curling in alcohol into the meds, really? I've gone through all my meds, and we have a few more left. Alright, Unimos. I feel like, actually, I think we went through it. Alright, one last check. Can we get on this? No, and not fall off. Just a little drunk. Just a little drunk. Just a wee bit drunk. Ow, what the hell? Time to leave. I currently can't tell what meds I'm on, so, and we're drinking alcohol a ton, so. I think those are real meds. Well, I have to check though, right? Well, let's try Oh, drink again. Are you real? Okay, thankfully that's real. Are you real? No, okay, that's not real. That's sort of real? Alright. Most of the things aren't real, got it. I'm guessing the stuff too on our little scav bot here will just get moved to our inventory too. I'm not sure if I've ever actually extracted the scav bot before. I think it's always died in the process. It just instantly moves over to your inventory. Yeah, that makes sense. And we didn't have any quests there, I don't think, right? Yeah. The true instead of 308. We are now out of 308. Yeah, that makes sense. Just have it moved to inventory immediately. I haven't run a Glock in a while. Glock is always fun. This one's broken though, we can't use that one. Okay, let's not use all my grenade launcher ammo. We'll use just that. Pistol ammo. I need to buy more 5 or 9mm. Nice thing about 9mm? 1,000 per reset. All of the 9mm. And you're still on cooldown, right? Yeah, that tracks. And let's go get our jump. And I'm feeling a mausoleum. And any other mausoleum? Sure. Region, mausoleum, pipes. Exploring containers? You know, you just like opening them? Ruh-roh.
Wake up,
I didn't sign up for this. Oh yeah, a red dot. What is going on? Gabe. What? Is it the pistol causing it? Is my graphics card dying? Hold on here. What is, I apologize, what is going on? I've never seen this happen before. Graphics card, are you okay? No, it's running cool. It's not even using it. What is it the jump? Is it a high setting? Is it the high shaders? Okay, it was one of the high settings, I guess. What high setting caused that?
Please, give me time.
Shaders usually have to re-render, right? So it definitely wasn't shaders. I'm not curious. It was one of the high settings that caused it. Let's try those. Oh yeah, okay, it's one of the high settings. Let's go off shadows. Maybe it's high shadows? I think it might have been high shadows causing it. Interesting. No, it's still doing it. I just saw it right there. Huh. Let's go down on medium for everything, I guess. That is really weird. I guess I'll play with more of that later. On all medium it seems to be fine. I wonder why this card is dying. What the hell? No, it's doing it again. Cows. It's the cow's fault. What is going on? What? I know I said I like bugs. What in the world? Hold on. Everything's fine on the PC. Nothing's overheating. What? And it's only on the night shift variant too? What could we have that's causing this? Hold on. Let's okay, we're gonna leave. I don't care if I lose my stuff. I want to see if that's only the night shift map causing that. If it's a graphical issue, right, it should be happening on every map, not just Night Elephant Mausoleum. Apparently today's bug stream. Did all the bugs from Stalker just transfer over? Yeah, everything's fine here. I usually don't play on high shaders though, and it does look like a shader issue. And shaders don't reset until I restart the game basically, so... Huh. Yeah, nothing... Let's just run it back to Mausoleum, I guess. I wonder if it's just like a Night Alpha Mausoleum issue. That was weird. Maybe the game saw that I was bringing in like 500 rounds of grenade launchers. It was like, no, not today. I don't want to use a buggy one. All right, alternate plan. We're gonna run it back and see what's going on. It's weird too, because I haven't had this issue on Night Alpha Mausoleum before, but like, maybe it's the newest driver for Stalker? Man, NVIDIA. Really justifying that giant money pit that you currently have. It's probably, I guess, it might just be a driver issue for NVIDIA with the current shaders in the game. Who has 20? Do I need to sell some stuff for you? Hold on. Do you not like the fact that I killed a bunch of Europans? Yeah, there he goes. He was upset. And Aramaki, we can fix you too. I'm so sorry. Have some hard drives. Debris? Teddy bears. Maybe it's, you know, I mentioned it earlier, maybe it's just time for me to do a fresh reinstall of my drivers. My display drivers. It's such a bitch when you have to do it though. It fucks everything up. But like, it usually is warranted. Like, eventually after so many driver installs, it's just, you need to do it. A clean reinstall of your drivers. Alright, 20 mil. God, that takes up so much space. Alright, and let's go... What regular gun do we want? We lost our Glock. Shotgun time? Shotgun time. Bring like, I guess, like 140, it's fine. Or I guess we'll bring 59. Let's actually use a better rig. I'll have to redo this, but it's actually much better now because I actually can bring in a ton of stuff. So 120 there, 119 works. Consumables, I lost all of my meds again. We'll bring like, I guess 25, whatever that is. And then rifle ammo. We will bring in... There we go. I feel like 8's not enough, to be honest, but that's fine. Alright, does it happen again? If it happens again, I am very likely to believe it's probably the most recent patch from NVIDIA. Or the drivers from NVIDIA, which I installed for Stalker 2. Would not be surprised if they fucked other things up. But we'll see. Could also be high shading settings too. They usually don't run high, but we'll see. Does anyone else run high shader settings that doesn't have issues like this?
I don't have a good feeling.
So far, so good. Just Night Elephant Mausoleum? Alright, that's weird. So just Night Elephant Mausoleum. Where did I die at? I want my grenade launcher back. Hold on. Breaking the HUD for a second. So yeah, just a weird issue on Night Elephant Mausoleum. I forgot to bring my jump. I'm so sad. It feels like a shading issue. But it seems to only happen on Night Elephant Mausoleum, and I didn't have that issue earlier, so it makes me look like maybe think to my drivers, perhaps. It would also track on why broadcast suddenly fucking hates me, but we will see. Also, I'm not sure if you guys knew this too. I figured this out eventually. You guys probably already know this. I just am pretty slow on things like this. There's actually a really safe way around this. It's hidden by the smoke pretty well. But if you ever want to get around like the fights in that little pit, you can just go through here, go through the smoke. You will get a warning, but like you won't hit it. Perhaps, but like it already should have done that earlier when I launched the game. Yep. Go look into that too. Like that's like later today is basically gonna be figuring out like tech issues basically. Considering how many of them I have currently, apparently. I forgot my jump, which I'm very sad about. I was gonna go up there. Alright, so we had kill your opens, lost data cache, and then rescuing the civies. So I guess we'll start with rescuing the civies first, because that's the hardest one to do. And we'll just killing an exo, probably. Come on, me, guys. Yeah, I can't think of any areas where, like, actual equipment spawns this map. Now, there are the ones at the entrances, so, like, on the night variants of this map, you will generally get a free camera, or a free light. Hey. Rude. You'll get a free light for the night variants, but other than that, yeah, nothing on here, I don't think. Yep. There we go. Did they not spawn? Did we get a weird map with no exo? No, it's just down there chilling. I've noticed this recently too. The exo doesn't want to come out. It's so weird right now. Oh, all this other... Wait, how did that happen? Did the X lose its mind? All the civilians are dead, along with the guards.
Not what I want.
I think the X has gone back crazy. I'm not even sure, to be honest. We're hitting it. I have like no way of telling though. Without there's no visual indicator. I feel like we are though. It's like we're doing I think 2K a shot. So it's like around 15 shots to kill it. Probably more like 20. It's weird because so you can shoot like right below the handrails and be fine. Like this area is fine, but like this is not. This is not. This is not. It's kind of weird. We're probably not hitting it though, considering like there's no. Like, remember, we're not playing with a HUD, and your only hit markers on the HUD itself. Like you'll see blood on infantry, but like for units like the EXO and us, we have no way of telling when we're actually hitting. There's no sparks, nothing like that. We just have to assume. There we go. I think a few of our shots went through the handrails, but probably most were eating the handrails too.
As perfect a day as any.
Also, yeah, the EXO killed literally all the guards. Or all the civilians. Yeah, it just doesn't drop a lot. Wait, are the radios still going off? Guess that makes sense, they're still... But yeah, it looks like the EXO probably walked over here and did a slam attack, killing everyone in the area, including friendlies. I have gotten only the banner once. It does not drop very often. Speaking of...
Contact.
Nope, no pilots? Okay. I tried. Honestly, I don't even think I want that pilot anyway. I think they've lost their minds. Alright, we had data cache. We can't rescue civilians. We've killed Europans, but probably not enough Europans yet. Oh, the radio's always been up there. I'm not sure. I think Ludroth was like the one who like told us about it mainly, but like yeah, it's been up there forever now. I usually don't bother going up there though because it's not worth that much. Where? I guess no dog either. That's nice. Did I speak too soon? I think I spoke too soon. I probably need a few more European kills. No, I don't hear a dog yet. Maybe heard a dog. Alright, let's go snipe some Europeans real quick. Hey, what zombie? Yeah, I do hope they figure out the respawn system too. I'm not the biggest fan of just like having an EXO spawn right there after I just leave the area. You can already hear the EXO in the hangar again. Yeah, on the crate, and yeah, so if you go to the catwalk on the hangar left-hand side, you go all the way up. On top of the crate is going to be a, where is it at? This thing right here, the Miltech radio. Doesn't have a use yet, but it does sell for a bit. I missed. I forgot to bring my jump. I'm getting punished for it so hard. Or it would be cool too to have like lulls in the battle also. So maybe like a timer on respawns also, perhaps. Just something a bit more nicer in the current system. Yeah, and it goes to regular slot too. And it's basically, I think, literally always there. So we're up here in the little graveyard area. Thankfully, nothing can path to us up here, making it pretty safe. Drones can still be annoying up here. You don't have a lot of cover. But the guys on the ground are gonna get you. In this little thing. We could probably just jump shoot this thing a lot if we wanted to, but I don't think I have that much ammo yet left. And Interestingly enough, there's not weak spots yet in the game, but like there's definitely indications there will be weak spots eventually. So this little like outer disc right here we can actually destroy. It does usually take a few shots though. Same thing with the Europa mechs also, destroying off like their pauldrons will break off when you hit them with explosives eventually. Is that Wisdom Blue? Yeah, they do have like blue red spots, right? So I'm guessing there's gonna be weak points eventually. Wait, what, David? That sounds like a really weird slug. I have not heard that one yet. You try to spawn cemetery, but it'll send you to cliff. Are you making sure you're like... Are you making sure you're like selecting cemetery? This is a very stupid question to ask, but still, I've done this before too myself. Are you making sure you select cemetery and then immediately load into the map right after that? So I've noticed that issue before, right? In regards to, I like sometimes if you reselect the map but not the spawn point, it will give you like some generic spawn that's not very good. I've had that a few times with like Mesa, right, where it will spawn me at bunker because I forgot to select the spawn point after changing maps. Are there 2 exos here now? Did you come over from bunker? Hold on here. That one come over from bunker? Not bunker, but the hangar? Let's go say hi real quickly, I guess. Yeah, I guess that that exo came from bunker, or the singer here. All right. Well, time to leave, I guess. Oh, hey, civilians. You respawned also. Be free. Give them a second to escape.
It's like Christmas came early. How to open those presents.
Yeah. Hold on, we're gonna try that. 100% choose cemetery, load in right after that, and it'll be cliffs, and it'll be night shift. Alright. So, we're not even gonna bother, so... Like, if I go Mesa right now, right, I'll do Enclave, or sorry, do Enclave. It won't always give me the cemetery spawn, so let me just, like, I guess, do cliffs and do cemetery. If I go Ready Room and do this... Hold on. For doing this, I need to actually have one toy with me. Come here, you. It's hard to get 36 M's now, so I really don't want to lose any 36 M's. So region, cemetery. I usually have trouble getting graveyard shift too. Hey, Kirk. Yeah, I always gotta bring the jump. I love the jump. I also am curious too. We can do it on Mausoleum. I haven't tried doing it on Enclave yet, but there's a very particular way you can get up on top of the radar tower. Now I don't think it probably works here, but we can definitely try. Oh yeah, jump is the best upgrade, 100%. Pneumatic jump is amazing. I love pneumatic jump so much. So we can do it on Mausoleum. I'm curious if we can do it on this map. Hey, boo-boo. Up we attempt to go. Oh, these ones they don't have be real. I have been bamboozled. So these little like these little things right here on the other maps are actually real, and you can climb up them. We can just get a little bit more height somewhere. I think we can get on top of this. But there's like this is smooth right now. Is there a way? This is no. Hold on. I have ideas. That's our plan right there. You can't stop me. See, this is got to be their first map because they went all out on it in regards to making sure I can't fuck with it. Hold on. There's got to be a way. I'm guessing these aren't real. Yeah, that tracks. I definitely feel like if we can get in the center of that, though, we can do this. I won't be denied. Oh, wait, that's not real either. This whole world is a lie. Why is this the map they choose to be like this on? Yeah, I don't think there's any way up here. So, on Mausoleum, this radar tower at Pipe, you can actually climb all the way up because these little things on the side, these little metal pipes are real. On Elephant Mausoleum, this map, not so much. They don't have collision. It makes me sad. Can you jump on heads? You basically only need one more person, I think, to get up here. But, like, if these metal pipes aren't real, these probably aren't real either. It does feel intentional, too. Like, they don't want you to get up there, but it's very sad. Maybe. Go up on pipes by cemetery? Well, we can go up on here, right? I know we can go up on top of these rocks over here. So we do have... We can get on that sort of, kind of. We can get on top of that rock there. I know that. That, no. That's definitely not. There's nothing to get up on that. This you can kind of get on. It's super janky, though, because it does have, like, basically a collision box around it. So... You can get on top of the side ones here, but like you can't get in the interior at all. I am king of the hill. Hey, hold on. Behind me, the pipes over there, those pipes aren't real. Those pipes are not real. I tried it just earlier. Getting down, different issue. I didn't bring meds either too, so. But yeah, those are not real. And those are, but the center beam is not real in the middle. So like these are the ones on the ground are real, but this one's not. We just tried that earlier. And those pipes are not real. No collision. I am curious though. I haven't tried getting on top of this pipe though before though. We can probably do it also. The drifting T90. There's probably not a reason to get up here, but I would be curious if we could. Wait, are we free? Nope, that pipe is not real. We landed on the T90. So that pipe isn't real. The pipe we were in, though, was real, and we fell through onto a T90, walked off of it, and then got run over. What they need to do is let the maps be fully explorable and have the out of bounds just be like these giant fights that you just get turned into mush meat right as you enter the areas. All right. So we haven't run Cemetery yet, so it's probably time for Cemetery. And the biggest thing for Cemetery is what we will be doing. We'll do no TAC cam Cemetery runs. No meds, no ammo. Well, actually, we probably want to bring... You know what? We will bring ourselves a weapon. This won't be a very good one. We do have a means of self-defense. I would want to see more crawlers though. Oh yeah, you can actually ride the T90s, so just getting off of them is problematic. You can jump on like all the tanks in the game and they don't kill you. It's just like when you're on the ground, if they try to drive through you, you instantly die. But you can ride on them.
I hate this surface.
Alright, to use our earballs to hopefully listen for the dog. There is no HUD. We're immersed. We're immersed, he says he's currently like janking out the animations. Run, Forrest, run! Waddle, 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 waddle. Oh, we can close this door. Alright, goodbye, dog. Do you have your Escort's down there? They occasionally, I think, see you through the pipes, too. Full armored squad also, so we have to be careful. Means their front guy's a grenade launcher guy. Bad dog. Are they seeing me right now through the pipes? Stop being weird. Be free. Hey, Triple. It's going well. Just doing some no-HUD gameplay. AK, we have no idea how hurt we are. Need to hurry. Not yet. I wouldn't be maybe later today we will see the Q&A. I have no idea. If not, it would have to be early next week, right? I can't imagine them putting the Q&A past Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's 100% a zombie. If they could just, like, I don't care about ammo at all. I'm perfectly fine with ammo being unknown. But just, you know, HP and then what med you have equipped or what slot is currently active. So, like, hold on. Like, we can't, there's no way for us to tell our 7 slot, our equipment slot, and our 3 slot, our consumable slot, and we don't have the HUD on. Like, ammo we don't know either, but ammo's okay. We can kind of have a gauge of how much ammo we use. Like, guesstimating is perfectly fine for ammo. But not being able to tell what consumable we have on is really bad. If they could just, like, show it off your, like, back right hip, that'd be perfectly good enough, like, what consumable you currently have on. And then equipment could maybe just, like, be, like, highlighted on your rig, or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it could be the closest rig slot to you, perhaps. Like, you know, it could be like maybe this slot is the active equipment slot, and you're like rotating them around perhaps to equip them, something like that. And then yeah, that's really about it. And then just a visual indicator of how hurt you are. They could just like show like a little line like dead space on your back, something like that, or they can show like how hurt you are, stuff like that. But that's like the real big issue right now, is just like you don't know how hurt you are, and you don't know what consumable you have on you. Are they behind me right now? Okay, no, they're below me. Yeah, close that door. When they can start opening doors, it's gonna be so scary. Yeah, I think they closed the Q&A treble like what, a day or two ago. So it would make sense, like, you know, for the Q&A. It shouldn't. All they need to do is sit down. Like, I can't imagine there be much editing involved in Q&A because it's just them talking to a screen. So it shouldn't take that long, I imagine. Like, you know, they sit down, answer the questions, and post them on YouTube. But maybe if they're, you know, if they're changing their ways and adding a little bit more stuff to the Q&As, like screenshots or like concept art or so on and so forth, that could add a lot of extra time to it. But so far with the Q&As, right, it's always been just basically them talking to a screen. Oh, Cosmic, yeah, I noticed that on my alt account too, like a week or two ago, because I don't play my alt account very often, so it was actually out of water. That because we also like wiping consistently. Getting the water traders or the water scavengers when you like are a new player is devastating. You cannot fight them at all. You just get run over. But the best I can give against the water scavs, just A12 or USS and just go to town. Sir? Sir, it's called a keypad. I'm scared of the dogs too, but I believe in you. Nice boots. Who the hell is making these boots? These are some top quality boots here. What the hell, dude? What are my shoes like? Oh, I think I have boots on too. I can't sit down. No, he definitely has better boots than us. Like, we are just like leather with a lace up. Those are some like quality hiking boots. What the hell, dude? I mean, I guess this is what the cows are used for. That makes sense. Let me also, hold on. That's a decent jacket. It's not even nothing to write home about, but yeah, dude, these like, my god. Those are some quality hiking boots. Jacket's kind of worn down. Nice little sweater. Does your eye actually hurt? You just get them drip. Do you have an eye? It actually does look gouged out. You see a scar right there. Interesting. Oh, and it's also got a hood. Full-fledged jacket. Yeah, nice boots, dude. You're welcome. Yeah, you can't see the keypad. Wait, where did he just go? He just ran over here. He ran over here and went to the right. Sir? Where the hell did he go? He's magic. Yeah, Kurt, for sure. Yeah, aesthetic is great, especially with, like, this is why, too, I want, like, more immersive HUD elements to the game, because, like, the game, hold on, like, just looking this way, right? If we look at, like, this versus...
Keep your finger off the trigger.
This. Like, it's surprising how a HUD can, like, pull you out of the ambiance of a game so much. Like, there's nothing majorly different between those two screens, except for the fact that just, like, it just feels way different.
Well, we're still here. Let's count for something.
Okay. And we are getting there. Yeah, like that's not even my big like hope with the new dog AI is that like if they're navigating away from like the aggro indicator for a lot of units, which would be nice. Alright, what map are we doing? Let's see here. Let's do another Mesa. I want to see if we can't get the shadow variant of it. Though I haven't actually had... Let's do some Scorched Enclave. I usually don't play Scorched Enclave a lot. So let's change that a bit. Like, Scorched Enclave is like probably one of my least favorite, like, least played maps. Not maybe least favorite, but least played. Yeah, they did mention that active skills too for characters. It seems like they definitely want to get into like the realm of like having the characters feel more diverse. Come on. There we go. And so we absolutely want our SPD. SPD R8. The God tier combo. And then R8, so we need some 357. Why am I using this gun? Defenders, Heisenberg. Scorched is... What are you talking about? Scorched is not open. And then... our jump kit. That's fair. But I have to walk over there in game. That's so far away. Alright, up we go. So you can get up here without a jump pack on the other side. This is just so much easier, so I prefer output. I get the spawns going first though. Alright, spawns are happening. I can feel it from the lag. So there's like a spawn threshold a little bit down that way. If we don't go down far enough when you come up here, nothing will have spawned. It also means when you're up here too though, nothing else will respawn. Alright, so we're looking for Pyro, and we're also looking for the commander, which I think the commander's right there, yeah.
Calculations.
Alright, commander's dead. Poor Toothy. Or rather, those poor medium mechs are gonna get destroyed. Alright, where's Pyro? Usually down this pit. Who's grenade launchering? Where are those grenade launchers coming from? Is that Pyro? Who is shooting that? What is... I'm guessing it's Pyro because he's a grenade launcher, right? It's coming from like over here, I think? I think he stopped. He might have died, but like he was like maybe he was like missing Toothy or something. But it was like hitting the same spot continually. But yeah, the nice factor of being up here, right, is you can like watch battles unfold too. Because the respawns, nothing will respawn down there while you're up here. Toothy lost his 50 cal. I feel like Toothy would actually lose this fight too. Like, Toothy's a mega medevac mech, right? Feels weird that he would actually be able to win versus 2 medium mechs for Europa. Alright, down we go. So we killed the commander. We need to go rescue the water scav now and hopefully not die by falling damage. Hold on. Alright, that's the good one. You gotta be careful. Alright, so the water scav should be in here. Hey friend, be free. You better live. Let's actually help him a bit. Let's escort him out. Yeah, Pyro does. Apparently, I'm curious though too, because like they showed in a trailer, right? Pyro has a kill animation, or at least they had him in the video doing kill animation. Hell. Go, water scav, go. Is he running to a minefield? Water scav? Water scav, why did you run to a minefield? I have noticed, like, since like a hotfix not too long ago, like, you can't really fix this or do this quest anymore, it feels like. I guess we'll see. We followed him out, so he should be free now. Also, I'm guessing the medium X are dead, because I don't hear fighting anymore. Oh. What? You're not allowed to respond like that. Commander just like respawned. I'm doing all of her work. Yeah, there's despawn and respawn triggers zombie. I'm assuming that's what happened. We hit the despawn trigger on the map, and it despawned everything behind us to some extent. And we came back, so it respawned it. It's like a dirty secret of all the maps, right? They do have these despawn and respawn triggers. Did we fix it? All right, we did complete it, actually. Okay. So with the civilian quests, you can usually just leave them after you rescue them, and they'll find their own way out, or they'll complete the quest for you. But maybe with the water scav, it's different now. You need to actually escort him out. It could be, too, that maybe he despawns because he gets far enough away from you that he just despawns and doesn't get far enough away he completes the quest. Like, maybe that's the secret there, is he just despawns before he gets out. Sure. Alright, let's go back to a big rig. I'll get off the jump for a while. And let's see here. Unfortunately, no silencer on most of these, which makes them kind of worthless. I haven't had the G36 in a while, actually. Let's do some G36. Now, unfortunately, I will say, in the most recent patch, they did ruin the G36. It's almost borderline unplayable now. If you are unaware what they did, in the previous patch, you could remove the stock from the G36, making it basically peak scav. You can no longer do that. You can no longer remove the stock. And so this gun is now worthless. I can fix it. It's an easy fix. I thought, oh, it's Assembly D. I can't fix you though. We did run out of River 12s eventually. Can't fix a few of these. No, NF, it's not. It's still bad. I can only fix so many of them. Alright, we have our ammo. For an offhand, let's rock the S12. I haven't rocked the S12 in a while. Wait, what mods do you even have for the S12? Nothing, got it. Wait, are there mods for the S12? Hold on, vendors, Grillo. There's the saw stuff. Oh yeah, I gotta buy this for later. Okay, okay, better magazine. Okay, there is. Barrel C. There's not much, but there are a few things. Alright, so we go to the S12. We go... Wait, what? We go the wrong way? Why would I want to go the wrong way? Why would I want less ammo in my spaz? I mean, I guess maybe if it gives you extra, like, reload speed. So you reload real fast with it, I guess? I don't know. And we are good. Let's do streets. That's unfortunate, NF. I haven't had issues yet. Though I did have an issue recently, earlier in the stream today, with Night Elephant Mausoleum having a ton of weird graphical glitches. I think it might be the high shaders, though I don't know. I'll probably play with it later. But it's also been like a stream of technical difficulties too. Broadcast has not wanted to work. Thanks, William. Both the M4, like the M4 is great because it has a lot of mods for it. Like it's like probably like the go-to outside the saw. It's like probably the go-to 5.56 rifle. The saw is really nice, but the saw has some really bad muzzle bloom or muzzle flare. The AA-12 is really good though. Once you get the upgraded mag for the AA-12, it's basically like one of the best guns in the game. Mainly, it's because how shotguns work currently. So shotguns right now, every shotgun except for the surplus, I think, has 20 pellets when they shoot, and each pellet does 100 damage. Nothing right now in the game has armor, so it's just HP pools. So like tankier units will basically just have more HP. They might look more armored, but there's nothing about that yet. It's just more HP. And so shotguns, because they do a lot of high damage and there's no armor, it basically means they shred everything if you're in close enough range. It basically makes the AA-12 like one of the best anti-armor quotation mark weapons in the game. Like for the few armor units we can kill in this game, the AA-12 is great at it because of that. Yeah, the USAS-12 is like basically the same thing. Yeah, like the 308 guns are nice. The problem with the 308 guns is just getting the ammo for them. Yeah. Unlike the AA-12, you can farm the AA-12 off range cyborgs. G36. You're blinding, guys. You can find the AA-12 off-range cyborgs, the officer variants. They are harder to find, though. You can kind of almost force the USASs, though, off some quests in Meg Trench. Yeah, the corpse tanks have like a very high HP pool. I think it's like, what, like 10 times a normal tank? Something like that. You really can't. The one drawback of those shotguns is you can't put a silencer on them yet, which is a fair compromise, right? Considering how strong they are. I really hope they get rid of the spawn point for the range cyborgs. Yeah, I do like the Viper 12. It's just a pain in the ass to get, right? They took away our lovely little way of farming them. Fun dog deaths, anti-fun confirmed. it's kind of crazy too. I feel like, weirdly enough, I feel like the tanks in the game, like it's pretty, I do it all the time too, it's really easy to kind of not think about the tanks in the game because, like, you know, they're T90s and they're Merkavas, they're known quantities, but like I feel like they should be pretty good versus mechs, right, in the right circumstances. Like a firing line of tanks focusing fire on mech down feels like it should work pretty well. It doesn't currently, but I feel like the tanks, I feel like tanks are a, I'm trying to think, right? So what's the strength of a mech over a tank? The ability to go over difficult terrain, right? And basically have bigger weapons. But like a bunch of tanks versus a single mech, though. I feel like tanks would be like kind of like the... So infantry to tanks almost feels like what tanks are to mechs, in the sense of tanks are dangerous to mechs because they're pretty low profile and they can probably hide their numbers pretty well too. Like a hull down tank, right? Like a squad or platoon of hull down tanks can probably destroy a mech pretty easily, I imagine, or I would think, right? But in the game currently, they get shredded to hell and back because the HP pools are different. Yeah, that seems to be the case too, right? They don't focus fire very easily. They do have issues acquiring targets and shooting long range. That was that one. We need a picture. There we go. Picture's acquired. Whoop. Like, say what you will, right? I can't imagine, like, sure, mechs might have more armor, but it still feels like with enough firepower from tanks, they would break through the armor or do enough damage, right? And especially with the Europa tanks or the Europa medium mech. Like, the Euruska mechs, right, are pretty much, they're pretty well enclosed. But the the Europa mech has a bunch of, like, weak spots or joints that is not armored at all. So, like, even just a regular, like, High-X or, like, an APFDS, something like that. Sabo. A Sabo round, like, in a joint like that would probably render that thing inoperable. Or that piece inoperable, right? And it's not like they show you their joints a lot, considering the pilots don't let you see the joints for free. But, it definitely feels like tanks are probably pretty high threat for at least the Europa mechs. Or at least they would be if they were competent, basically. That's over the bunker. I do eventually really hope, too, the crawlers become active. I want to see the crawlers shoot so badly. So badly. They're so cool, and the fact that crawlers don't shoot back or shoot at all makes me so sad. That, and they have cruise missiles too inside of them, by the way. Like the giant silos you see in that mech over there, that crawler is a bunch of cruise missiles, basically. Freaking drones, man. Hey, who's this? Tormentor, I think? Whoever he is, he's dead. What is going on? Oh, Europa spawned. Now, say what you will, like those quad cannons don't generally do a lot of damage, but man, do they suppress the hell out of you. This is a better spot to watch this.
very safe up here. Oh, one mech's already dead. I just fell. So yeah, one mech's currently down. It's so sad they don't have dead animations yet. I would love to see a mech like implode or explode. I'm really hoping we get that. So currently a lot of the units that are hard to kill are unkillable. You can technically cheat to kill them, but like they don't have death animations, they don't really have loot pools, they just die, and they basically do this right where they just stand up on fire, and that's the unit being dead. So I wonder too, I know like there's a bunch of animations they have that are not released yet. I wonder if they're planning to do like an animation release where they basically have a bunch of sync kills, right? Like imagine seeing like both those medium mechs go at each other, like an animation, finish one off. That would be cool. How are we on ammo? Oh, we have tons of ammo. Give me your alcohol. Oh yeah, so these guys over here will have AA-12, by the way. So there's probably a good spot to actually farm it here.
Contact.
Be careful, they do hurt a lot. We're good there. Let's see if any of them have an AA-12. I did not bring a flashlight. This is tragic. I can't see.
Yeah, that's what I needed.
Yeah, I got one of them, okay. Destroyed though. I think they're still pretty good though, actually, considering. I have an idea. I can use the muzzle flash as a flashlight. Ow. Alright, back to flashlight. I hear more. All I can see is their blue eyes. Why are they blue? Eyes aren't blue. Where is that going? It's tragic when you can't tell your health. I think I was out of med. Like, I was probably out of meds too, to be honest. I didn't bring that many with me. Note to self: bring flashlight. Even the rig light's better than that. I will say the rig light is so bad. Hold on, we'll bring the comparison. Did I finish any quests? I did not. So we're gonna bring a rig flashlight, which I have way too many of. So rig flashlight, and we're gonna make a weapon with a flashlight too. What do I have ammo for? Plenty of 50 cal. I could go Scar. Bob. We could go P90. I think the P90 can have a flashlight, and I have plenty of that ammo, don't I? Yeah, I have plenty of it. Can you have a flashlight? I think they can. Yeah. We probably want a bottom flashlight, I imagine. And we'll go over just an optic. And this time we'll bring our get out of jail free card too. I miss this though so much. Bring like, I guess, 200 rounds of shotgun ammo, and we're gonna bring a lot of P90 ammo because I have so much of it anyway. I feel like that's enough, maybe a little bit more. Mesa, streets. Yeah, I'm not... I like the squad mechanic. Yeah, the whole silencer thing is weird. In regards to, like... The silencer's still aggroing squads, the sound... It's all a little bit weird, right? Yeah, Deemer, I do agree. Like, lowering the sound profile, it's... I'm not sure. It is weird, too, when you, like, shoot someone from across the map and they immediately know where you are and beeline onto you. But I guess with, like, cyber tech, right, that's not implausible. Being able to, like, locate where a shot came from with AI. But I'm not sure if regular grunts would have that. On the plus side, we got shovel face now. We have the shovel face. Hello. Yeah. Though, if it gets the drum mag though, Deemer, I wouldn't mind that being the drawback that it doesn't get a silencer. So if you get like the drum mag Pupasha, you basically get like probably the best 9mm SMG in the game, with the downside of you don't get a silencer. Though if it doesn't get a silencer, though, it probably needs. If it doesn't get a drum mag, it probably needs a silencer. But I would like to see like maybe some balance in regards to that. It doesn't need to happen now, but like the balancing between like magazine capacity, suppressors, optics, so on and so forth, like trade-offs between guns. It's kind of weird too, right? Because like right now too, for that exact reason why, like, you know, when rifles have the same magazine capacity or better magazine capacity than LMGs, the rifles have become the better de facto LMGs.
Perfection.
Oh, yeah, here we go. I wonder what conditions actually causes that to happen. But yeah, here's the T-posing. It's not even T-posing. It's just like the idle animation, right? Hold on. No, see, no, it actually is T-posing. That's T-posing. It's a lower T-pose, but it is a T-pose. So one of them is the water scav, right? Or old man. I think it's the water scav. It could be old man though. That might be old man. The old man does look very similar to the water scavs though. And is the front one you're open? It's hard to tell with that actual scope. It doesn't happen consistently, but like occasionally you can see it on this map, and apparently Scorched Enclave too. Yeah, it looks like you're open. Hello. Yes, the AH-12 is probably a little bit broken. Yeah, like, I can understand if they don't do weapon stuff this early, but at the same time it would be nice. Hey, all I'm saying is if there was anti-grav check, it would explain the fucking balloons a lot better than what they currently are. That cow cannot, sorry, that balloon cannot lift that cow. It does not work. Well, different teams, right, too, even. Different teams working on different things. So it would be like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it like a map a quarter. If they beat that, though, I'd be very surprised. It'd be cool. Except, if we get a content pack before Christmas, it'd be a great thing, because having a cadence more than once a quarter is a great thing. It could also then, like, it's kind of wise too, dropping a content pack before Christmas, because the first thing it does, right, is it gives people to do stuff to do over Christmas, right? You're not with family, you can play, play video games, but also it gives them time from after Christmas to have some breathing room on the next content patch. Because I can imagine if your plan is quarterly releases, to be expected to release a content patch right after the holidays. And so if they release a content patch at, like, you know, the middle of December, right, they can hotfix it a bit, and then they can actually have Christmas off and not be pressured to, like, you know, make new content or keep working on new content over the holidays for an early December or early January patch. They can push it back to, like, you know, February as opposed to January. It makes more sense than, like, staying quarterly and, like, delivering everything in this quarter and getting kind of burned out on that. Okay. Up here first. Yeah. We'll have to see, too. I'm sure it's, like, different teams working on different things, right? You don't really have the engine people working on something like that. They are using Unreal Engine 5, so... Well, apparently there was, like, a new release for that, too, right? 5.5? It's good. Probably a little cold, but that's just the new normal. Ow. I heard myself get low. I heard, like, the heartbeats in the background of me being low. Those officers, by the way, with the AH-12s hurt a lot. And I haven't tested it yet, but it seems like the stagger mechanic for when you get staggered is based on, like, instant or, like, a very short-term HP loss. So, like, I don't know the exact threshold, but I'm guessing, like, between 400 or 500 damage or more when you get hit. You get staggered. So whenever you get staggered, you basically know that you took a lot of damage, even without a HUD. Hey God, I'm not using any mods or config changes. I'm just playing with no HUD right now. Hey Allie. That is the danger of no silencers too. Like, because we didn't have a silencer there, everything was fighting us immediately. And partially the reason for that too, right, is there's not a lot of battles going on around the map after a while. The battles do die out pretty quickly. What is, like, the best silenced SMG? I think it's the Vitaz, right? Oh, sorry, the Spectre. I'm being crazy. Ignore me. I forgot this boy exists. The Spectre M4 is by far the best SMG. It gets a silencer and it gets 45 ACP, which isn't crazy right now. Yeah, I haven't used this gun in a long time, actually. 45. Oh, we have tons of 45 too, so it'd be great. Does it get a flashlight too or no?
It does. Huge. That's all you need? Alright. I was all busy showing this off too, so let's go back. Vendors, Heisenberg, buy some meds. Yeah. So if you're unaware, the Spectre right now, it basically does the base 45 ACP round does 200 damage. I don't think it has a big headshot multiplier, but it basically just shreds through everything. It does more damage than Through-Weight. So, Rise. I think it's been said, I'm not 100% sure. I'm just spitballing here right now. Essentially, after the nukes flew at the beginning of the conflict, most, if not all, of the human leadership was so decimated that essentially it was just the AI systems left. And so you basically have this perpetual conflict that essentially is run by AIs for every faction. But it does seem like those AIs have different conditions too on their base programming of what they lean into. So for example, right, or for example, maybe the AIs have developed their own personalities. So for example, the AI in charge of Europa seems to not like having other AIs around. It wants to, it doesn't like sharing the spotlight. It doesn't want to ever have to feel it's under threat by another AI. So it leans heavily into maybe gimped AI, like virtual intelligence, or just not AI at all. For example, right, it makes sense why Europa doesn't have like any giant AI units. In contrast to the other AIs, right? It seems that maybe Euruska and Eurasia are buddy-buddy. Well, they are buddy-buddy for sure, but it's not sure if it's AI or not. All right, meds. Yeah, we don't really have a good idea of who's in charge, but it's presumed to be AI. Like, that's kind of the whole theory, right? Or the whole, like, thing, right? Is there's a bunch of automation that took place before the conflict. So factories are automated, a bunch of AI factories, a bunch of AI things, and the humans died, but the factories didn't get blown up. They were safe from the explosions of nukes, right? And so they kept doing their tasks. They kept making what they were supposed to make. They kept supplying the war. And because these factories are underground or deep or hidden or so on and so forth, or protected, they just keep producing their goods. And so the conflict keeps going. And because the AIs were programmed for war, they don't know when to call for peace. And also in the sense too, there is the Kessler effect going on too. I'm not sure if it's canon or not yet, but it seems to be. I think it was, isn't it one of their gameplay videos too, they say, or one of their lore videos too, they say the Kessler effect is in full effect, right? Where essentially low Earth orbit is just full of debris from the war. Probably people killing on, breaking up satellites. That essentially you can't launch things into space anymore. Like, the second you launch anything into space, it gets hit by, stuff in the orbit and just gets destroyed. Like, maybe there could be stuff around that, like, gets around that, but, like, I don't know. There are cruise missiles, but I haven't seen, like, any ICBMs or anything like that in the lore, or, like, nothing to indicate, like, large-scale missiles. Though they have said, I think they wanted to add missiles eventually, right? You can kind of see it, I think, on the Hind and on a few vehicles. And it's probably the reason why, too, the AA tech vehicle doesn't exist yet, because it probably has some AA missiles as opposed to just guns. Yeah, we're stuck on Earth. Well, I feel like when considering cows, I feel like considering too though that we're like this far gone. Cows. I don't think anyone's worried about Mars, considering people might not even know Mars exists anymore, to be honest. Like, you'd have to be pretty well read to start worrying about Mars. Maybe. I would say if there could be a faction Darkstar that could get around the Kessler effect, it might be them. And I will say though too, I think low Earth orbit might get around it. I think, right, the things in low Earth orbit would eventually degrade in orbit and eventually either fall apart into... Those are some low cows, boys.
Hold on, it's going over here. Go, go, go. Custodies? Oh my god. Yeah, it would make sense. Like, so I could see in the case for like low Earth orbit, if we're far enough in the future, because things in low Earth orbit will degrade over time. They will eventually fall out of the sky. The stuff in higher orbit will take much longer to go, so it could make in the sense that, you know, the Kessler effect is in full effect, but it's been long enough where the low Earth orbit stuff has fallen out of the orbit, if you will. But the higher stuff is, you know, unchangeable. Oh, not right now, Guapo. Not right now. If we get a mother, I can turn on the mod too. We can go check it out. If we see a mother sometime in the future. Yeah. Well, it's interesting too, right? Because much like the cows, it seems that a bunch of air units get usually ignored. I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, space elevators, like big infrastructure like that, I imagine can't exist. I can't imagine there being big surface infrastructure. Maybe in the heartlands of like territories. I think Europe was purely defensive, right? Maybe except for Europe. They might be offensive, but like war presumably. So if you're unaware, over the bunker here is an American flag, and the city is called Megasit 32, the city of Los Angeles. Which makes it basically feel like we're on Los Angeles. And hold on, we'll go to the region map after this. We'll do a quick thing. Also, what? Excuse me. Pardon me. Just passing through. Just don't mind me at all. Stuff. Yes, tank. Murder them, tank. I approve. My new best friends. Okay. So, we're finally here. I can finally show you. So we have the rig flashlight. We have weapon flashlight. Rig, weapon. The rig flashlight needs to be buffed. It is so awful. Rig flashlight. Weapon flashlight. Weapon, rig. It's so bad. It seems like 5 feet in front of you. And I do know that weapon flashlights are usually very powerful, but I feel like this should be better than it currently is. Now I will say, I think it has a better cone, but no, it's still just, this is awful. I actually, the future, I do like that also a lot too. That tanks don't consider you. Hold on, we'll demonstrate this actually too. I do like the fact that tanks don't engage with you unless you engage with them first, because they don't really regard you as a threat, and also because they probably don't see you, or they don't see you very often, right? Like, considering these are Merkavas and T-90 tanks, it doesn't make a lot of sense for them to actually be able to see you through the vision ports. Tank is friend. And even when we shoot them, I don't think they engage with their main gun. I think they only ever shoot us with their cannon here on top. The lowest polygon Browding? Just super low polygon Browding. Doing up here? By the way, if you ever want some atmospheric shots, just come up here. If you come up here and go to the front, like nothing is spawned except for the stuff inside the tank, inside the crawler. So like the whole battlefield out here is entirely empty now. Also, I'm curious too, one of the big lore things I have no idea about, and I am very curious about, is how fucked are the seas? So I'm genuinely curious, like, you could make the theory, right, because of nuclear war, the seas are gone, but I'm not sure if that's exactly the case. Like, it would make sense for very temporary, maybe the water goes away, or like, yeah, it's the forever winter, I don't think it's boiled out. Unless they were just like nuking, like we're in a nuclear winter. I could see it being frozen over perhaps, but I haven't seen a great indication that we're that cold. I mean, I guess this kind of looks a little bit like snowy, I guess. It does look a bit snowy actually. But I could imagine too like the water being paved over. Honestly, I could see that. Yeah, I can see this. Like, I can see the seas being polluted. I can 100% like believe that like the water in the ocean is even worse than it is now. I can believe that, but gone, I'm not sure about. I feel like it's still most like it might have regressed a bit, like the sea levels have, you know, gone down, but they're still definitely there. Yeah, I definitely believe they're probably radioactive or like highly contaminated and so on and so forth. Like, there's probably not much fish life at all. Maybe in the greatest depths. Yeah, Dean, that's exactly my point, right? The amount of energy you need, how hot the ambient air would need to be to boil off the entire ocean, everything would be dead. So, I think the water's maybe recessed a bit, but I don't think it's gone. Which means there has to be navies or at least ways of traversing water. I could even see a lot of the ocean being frozen over. I could see that too, right? Considering we're in the forever winter, like the temperatures dropped, much more of the world is frozen. Like if that is snow on the ground that we saw there, right? It could be the case that like if we're getting snow in Los Angeles, that means, you know, the more northern and southern parts, right, are definitely much more snowy now. Hey, Quinto. So, the reason why I'm mentioning all this, right, is so we're basically assuming that we're in Los Angeles. You could argue otherwise, but like all of the context clues point to Los Angeles. Because like it feels so the clues why is because we have over Ashen Mesa, over the bunkers, an American flag, which has probably been there for a long time. The other thing, too, is the flag there says City of Los Angeles, Megaset 32. That being in English kind of leans us heavily toward America, or it could be Great Britain, I guess, if you wanted to get really kind of weird with it. But like, considering the flag is in English, it feels like it would heavily lean toward a country that speaks English natively. So America or Great Britain, or I guess there could be others too, but Canada, some South American. I don't think it's official language anywhere else really. So it's probably Los Angeles. We're gonna just assume it's Los Angeles, right? Which means this is the city proper. We have a fault line here, a fault line or something here. I'm assuming it's a fault line. But then off over here we have the ocean, right? And what we've seen so far in the game is Underground Cemetery is like firmly in non-European hands. Same thing with Mesa. If you look at Mesa, you have a bunch of European troops coming from Mesa over here, coming out from the interior and heading toward the city. And you have your Asian and your Ruskin troops defending against that approach. It gives you that vibe that the city is mainly in control of Eruska and Eurasia, and that there might be some holdouts here, but like mainly it's, you know, you have a European force attacking, trying to retake this city. That's what it seems like it is. Now, we have no idea how long they've been here doing this, but considering the crawlers, right, it's very easy to say or assume that the city's in Eruska and European hands, or sorry, Eruska and Eurasian hands, and we're attacking, or Europe is attacking it. Maybe it's upside down. We can't judge the map too much, but like, it feels like it essentially looks like it's flipped, right? In regards that, like, you know, over here is Pacific. It definitely looks to be the case, right? And this is all just theories and could be wrong, right? But it feels like it's the city of Los Angeles, and it feels like this is Pacific Ocean, and it means that like a while ago, Eruska and Eurasia invaded. Well, that's basically what we're saying, Rise, right? In the sense of, we're basically saying that this is North America, and that Eruska and Eurasia invaded over the remnants, or whatever state the Pacific is in. Was it an airdrop, or was it by sea, or was it, you know, crawlers or their own underwater tech? Maybe it was low Earth orbit, right? It would go, Omar. And I think they want to do that eventually, right, Omar? They want to give you an idea of like what the current state of the city is. But for right now, it seems like what they've decided is that, you know, Eurasia and Eruska have control of the city, and Europa is attacking from outside the city. Mainly seen from the crawlers, right? Those crawlers are giant, like, troop carriers. And we can kind of see it too, right? In Underground Cemetery, when you get the variant of that map, you have the cultists. The cultists all seem to use European infantry weaponry. So it kind of maybe points that they're actually old European troopers who were like the garrison of the city, perhaps, and were pushed underground when the city was lost. And they currently mainly wear like rider uniforms, but if you look at the riders too, you can kind of easily see together. Like if I was a Euruscan commander and I wanted troops to go clear the sewers, like if we go over to here, right, we're in the sewers, we're part of the sewers. If I was a Euruscan commander, I feel like one of my best troops for clearing things like this would be Eurasian drones plus riders on top of them. So it could make a very common enemy down here be the riders, because the riders are supposed to actually, if you're unfamiliar, there's Eurasian drones, and the Eurasian drones look like they have saddles. And that's because they do. The saddles on Eurasian drones are actually meant for Euruscan riders. Apparently, Quinto, I'm not sure the exact lore behind that, but I think isn't the grabber down in the sewers of the cemetery supposed to be like a rogue AI that Eruska actually wants recovered? I could be wrong on that, but I feel like that's been said somewhere, right? In regards to like the grabber down in the cemetery being a unique grabber, that's really more of like a rogue AI as opposed to being supposed to be down there. Yeah, I've heard it somewhere. I'm not sure the truth to it, but I've heard that like that said somewhere. Speaking of, I guess it's time to run a cemetery, I guess. Which means it's time for the "you're not allowed to shoot" gun. Come here, you.
Step 1, don't get seen. Don't worry, we'll bring a trusty flashlight in. Okay, apparently, I have heard too that IEDs will influence the patrolling of this unit. We'll have to find that out. I don't think it's gonna be the case, but we'll see. Yeah, Rodden. We have an occasional viewer in here, Rodden. What's his name? That guy. Yeah, that guy. And just to preface this too, I have had no interior... Deadpool. Deadpool, probably not. I might play Conquest of Gwen eventually. I don't see myself, Deadpool, ever playing the multiplayer format of that game. Or getting back into it. But maybe occasionally Deadpool, maybe playing Conquest again, but yeah, other than that, no, not really. So in regards to that guy, he hasn't, like, he has said he works as a QA for Fundog. It's fun talking to him. Just keep in mind that we have no actual guarantees or way of knowing if he actually works for Fundog. So just keep that in mind. It's fun talking theories with him and ideas. There's nothing wrong with that. Just keep in mind that we have no idea if what he says is true, so just take it with a grain of salt. But yes, according to that guy, you know, they do plan for a lot more maps and maybe different content maps too. Yeah, it's impossible to know, Rodden, right? In the sense of, like, you know, it's fun just theorizing and talking about it, so it's perfectly fine. But just keep in mind, we have no idea of the validity of his statements. So don't get overhyped on something he says, thinking that it's truthful or canon. Don't set yourself up to get burned. Yeah, Kerr, I'm sorry. I wish I had NVIDIA Broadcast working right now. But unfortunately, NVIDIA Broadcast is really just taking a shit on my face right now. I know the audio is not great, but unfortunately NVIDIA Broadcast decided to, you know, poop out right before the stream today. And I'll fix it after stream, so it'll be good for Monday. NVIDIA drivers are always, just drivers in general are weird like that, right? Oh, that's fair. I do talk fast, Kerr, so I understand. I do try to slow myself down a bit, but, like, yeah, I am not the greatest for non-native speakers for English because I do just naturally talk pretty fast. I think we have Quest for Civilians, and I think we also have the book. I have not Pixel. I do have the ability to data mine. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So, like, it's not too hard to get the files. Like, they don't do it, like, these guys don't really care if you cheat at all, which is perfectly fine because, right, it's a PvE game. If you want to cheat, that's your own prerogative. It's your own game. Do with it what you will. So, and because of that, right, the files aren't, like, they are encrypted, but it's pretty easy encrypted to crack. You can find ways of uncracking or unencrypting the files. And once you do that, you can just play around with them, right, see what they are about, and so on and so forth. I do like the water. The water looks great. But yeah, NVIDIA drivers always do this. It's like, it's renowned too, right? There's literally a display driver utility to help you basically purge all of the drivers from your system, because after a certain while of so many driver updates, you really kind of just need a fresh driver install. Yeah, literally. I love the waddle with pistols, man. It always looks so funny. Waddle, 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 waddle.
Also, Deadpool, if you're still here, I actually don't know too. I've talked to a few of my friends who still play Dune, and they're kind of convinced that it might be in like a pure maintenance state right now. Like, they did do that recent patch recently, but my friend was hoping they might do an actual like content drop, like a big content drop. And I guess adding Fremen and Smugglers to Conquest is a big content drop, but it also kind of feels like it's pointing over to maybe the game being in more of a maintenance role as opposed to being fully developed for, which is fair, right? It's a niche game that never really took off. No, Dune. And it's fun and all, but like, I don't know. The whole concept of 4-player FFA as multiplayer competitive is kind of Quinto? I probably wouldn't be good on a Deadpool. It's been a long time since I played, so I wouldn't be... It would take me a while to get up to speed. But it's also one of those games too, right? Like once you're a known quantity, it doesn't feel great anymore. When you're playing the player more than you're playing the game, I feel like games lose a lot of their... When I'm interested in an immersive game or like a game that feels like Dune, nothing will pull me out of it more than I'm feeling like they're playing against me as a player as opposed to playing against like the faction. There's a little bit of reverb down here, right? Like they do have like a little bit of like... They're far away right now. They do kind of have an echo, Quinto. I will say that down here. There is a bit of a reverb. Especially when you're close too. But yeah, when they're walking in metal grates, it's pretty loud. Oh, I made yeah. That's just good old animation stuff. Happy feet. Look at me slide. Look at me move. Look at me slide. It's doing a pretty good job. I feel like we'd be like really like, what's it called? We'd probably fall over considering the weight of our back eventually, but look at them feet. Wait, is Dust 514 that like... Wait, what is Dust 514? Was that the like old Eve game? What was that Eve game called, right? Wasn't it something 514? Am I crazy? Is Dust 514 that Eve game that didn't take off? Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. I know they're doing that new game too. It didn't take... It's like... Didn't it die very quickly?
Getting there.
So Deadpool, this is a PvE extraction shooter. So it's similar to Tarkov in regards to being an extraction shooter, but essentially we are scavengers in a dystopian future where everything's just war. We're well past the point of nukes. The world has been nuked to hell and back, and we're basically just scavengers trying to survive. The biggest selling point of the game, Deadpool, is it's supposed to make you feel like you're not that guy, in the sense of you're not like a Chad in like Tarkov. You're kind of like a rat. You're supposed to like loot around, scavenge, not get into fights, be stealthy. The game doesn't necessarily function like that right now per se, but that's its end game goal. It's trying to be kind of this game where you are just scavenging to survive, and the game originally started as an art book, it was mainly just a bunch of concept artists or artists for other games who just kind of came together with an art book, kind of, or eventually a bunch of concept art they had but never did anything with. So it's kind of like an art house game in that regard, but it's interesting so far. Hey Sala, how's it going? It's basically just a PvE extraction shooter. And the reason why I will like this, so right now Deadpool, it's early access. I will say that's like one of the biggest pain points right now, is there's not like an overarching goal. It's just to like stash loot and survive. But on this point though too, unlike say Tarkov, where the game has to wipe to stay fresh and to get people back in, because Tarkov needs players, other human players, to actually make the game enjoyable and to populate their servers and to fight against, because it's a PvP game. In this game, because it's PvE, it doesn't ever need to wipe. And they've stated before too, the developers, they don't want to wipe the game. The only time they said they might wipe the game is when an updated system requires them to wipe the game, which is very nice, because it essentially means too, they can develop these long overarching goals that you traditionally couldn't have in a game like Tarkov because of the need of wipes in a game like that. So while for right now there's not a ton of goals, it's mainly just get money, get quests, buy upgrades, and then like be kitted for a rat. The game they have right now means that they could lean into long-term goals and have it feel good. Thanks, Sal. It was fun making it too. Yeah, like Ron mentioned basically that, you know, the biggest flaw in the game is XP. You're like rewarded for killing dudes. And like that's an early access point of the game. Like the game is early, just came out in early access like a month or two ago, 2 months ago really. So it's still pretty early on, but it's a nice base. And like for people who are into like the grimdark sort of universe, it's a very nice game in the extraction shooter genre. And because it's PvE co-op, it doesn't need anti-cheat, and it doesn't need to care about cheaters, which is a huge release or like a relief for indie devs. When you have to care about indie developers, or when indie developers have to care about anti-cheat, it pulls their resources away from developing the game, which is usually not a good sign. For example, Marauders, which is another PvE or PvP extraction shooter, which had a really cool concept, is basically dead right now. I'm not sure if they can ever come back. They might be able to, but the problem is whenever that game gets popular again, Marauders, they immediately have to change from developing for the game and worrying about cheaters and fixing bugs that allow cheaters to exploit. It's a huge drain on small indie teams. I think this game will be better because the developers are being very cautious with how they're approaching the game. They're not biting off too much to chew. Like, this genre is easier to develop for, I feel like, and they're also not taking these really silly risks of, like, trying to make a PvP game in the current day. Unless you're a big AAA company, it feels like a very big mistake to try and make a PvP game in this current day and age. It feels like a risk not worth taking. Shoot this. Where to spawn? Ruins, a mausoleum. Let's get our meds. Let's bring a SS50. Wait, I don't have ammo for a DOI. No, I don't really have ammo for it. It's so unfortunate. Guess we can rock the RPK again. 762. Ruins, and we're good. Yeah, exactly. Like, having it, there's already so many different PvP extraction shooters on the market. it makes sense to not try and compete in that market. By being this atmospheric PvE extraction shooter, they've created their own little niche. I like PvP games, but like the lack of integrity quickly draws me out of the PvP experience. And don't get me wrong, there are plenty of players who are better than me at PvP games. It's not me just coping that, you know, kids are better than me at PvP games nowadays. It's more of just the fact is, because the prevalence of cheaters, I can never tell which one it is now. There's always that thought in the back of my head, is it that because that player is better than me, which could be the case, or is it because they're cheating? And because, like, the GOATS video, right? Like, GOATS video basically showed, like, you know, you have a good chance of getting a cheater in every match of Tarkov. Like a 30% chance, basically, I think is what it means, right? Like, there's a 30% chance every time you go into a raid in Tarkov, you're going to have a cheater. They might not be blatant, they might just be, wall hacking to get, around people, not fight, but still, 30%? 30% chance of getting a cheater in a game? Yeah, no thank you. And, like, it could just be that Tarkov, because of its hardcoreness, attracts a way higher percentage of cheaters in the game. But still, that thought in the back of my mind now, every time I play the PvP game, is like, are they better, or are they cheating? But also, like, the casual nature of this too, I really do think they have something here also. Like, they can design some very long-term goals in this game and have it be perfectly fine for casual players. Because, a streamer or someone who plays the game, like, hardcore, right, can do it in, like, say, a month. They go crazy, like the Kappa case in Tarkov, right? They can grind the game, they can, do their hard content of the game, and, they can finish this end game goal if you want in a month. But for a more casual player, it could be like long-term goals in regards to like a year, right? So long-term goals are interesting, right, Quinto? I would love to see scenarios with bigger maps, with like maybe multi-raid maps, so on and so forth. Like, say for example, right, we're on Elephant Mausoleum right now, and Mausoleum connects to mech trenches, which connects to Scrapyard Nexus. Now, for those unaware, these three maps, Mausoleum, Nexus, and Trenches, used to be one map, but they had to break them apart for performance. But they could still do the thing, right, where they make them transition zones. So you start in Mausoleum, you go Mausoleum to Trenches, then to Nexus, right? And you can have long-term goals where you need to collect things, collect resources, so on and so forth, and like build things in your innards, like defenses and so on and so forth. Or say, for example, right, you're trying to make your innards self-sustainable, which might require certain parts. So say, for example, that Mother Courage has a very specific part on her, right? Where Mother Courage will have a part you need to repair or, create a part in the innards that will let you recycle air or water or food. And so you have this long-term goal, right, of you need to either find a destroyed Mother Courage or destroy one yourself. And considering how prized Mother Courages are, that's probably a pretty rare feat to find a Mother Courage that's, disabled and unguarded or being unrecovered, or destroying one yourself. That step of going to find a way to deal with Mother Courages could create its own quest line, right? So your end game goal is to find a Mother Courage and, rip a part out of her, right? And so that could entail, okay, I need to like actually figure out where Mother Courage will be in a spot where I can actually kill them. And then you need to find weapons for that. And so you have all of this planning and like prep going into trying to pull off basically like a heist, if you will, in this grimdark universe where you need to basically steal or find a component off a very rare creature who also wants to murder you. And typically speaking too, right, scavengers shouldn't really have or easily have the means to take down a mother. So stuff like that. Basically, almost like treated like Monster Hunter, right? In some extent, like you're Monster Hunter, but you're hunting mechs. You're hunting these weird niche units. And if you're unfamiliar with Monster Hunter, right? Monster Hunter fights take fucking forever. Like, Monster Hunter fights, like, the big fights in Monster Hunter do take a while. Like, they are no small feats. And having fights like that in this kind of environment would be really cool. It'd be hard to pull off, don't get me wrong, it's a different type of game, but still. But yeah, like, mainly just, like, for, like, long-term goals being rare parts, opportunity things also, unlocking different areas also. Say, for example, you need to, like, figure out your own pass to different areas. Like, say what you will, like, the labs on Tarkov, despite being cheater-infested, it's a really cool concept, right? Having this niche, like, kind of high-loot, high-risk area that's filled with, like, really deadly enemies and, you know, really high-tier players. It's a really cool concept, right? Because you get to, like, buy into it, or you get to, like, find your way there, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, Quinto. I would love more ways to force night shifts or choose to do night shifts. Their niche nature is nice, but, like, we might see it too with more variants, right? Because, like, right now, the variants always, the night shift variants always point to, what's it called? Eurasia or Eureka winning the fights. Like, right now, all of the night shifts basically are the cleanup crews, and it seems to be always Eurasian and Eureka cleanup crews, which kind of implies that they won the fight during the day. I would love to see what the European version of that is, where Europa's won the fight on the surface for the day. What does that entail? And that's perfectly fair, Rodden. Like, you could have complex objectives that are more, like, static in nature, right? Or, like, static but somewhat randomized. Like, you know something's on a map, per se. Yeah, I was very sad when Metron did not have a night shift. But it could be, like, a thing that there's still maybe the units in the game for a Europa night shift aren't here yet. Oh, Salah, something like that, right? But, like, hold on. So keep in mind, too, it might not just be hunting a medium mech. So, yeah, like, for example, us killing a medium mech should not be an easy feat, but rather, as opposed to, like, hunting a unit, you're more of hunting salvage. Like, say, for example, you, That's safe. So on this particular map, right, we have this giant, basically, graveyard of mechs. And so we don't necessarily need to kill the mechs. We just need to be able to salvage them, right? Like, we have these basically, for the most part, fairly intact mechs that we could hopefully salvage, right? Like, imagine if we could, like, rip apart this gun. Say, for example, like, imagine if we brought, like, a welder or, like, a some tool that we could bring with us in our large item slot, and we can start salvaging these mechs for parts. Like, rip off its head for sensors, you know, go for what this is right here or here. Also, this kind of definitely points to the pilot being here. Though, I do think... Hold on. We got all these mechs. I feel like these mechs are a bit different, too. I don't usually see this viewport on, I think, the live mechs, the one right there. But yeah, like, imagine, like, taking, like, a welder to these guys over here and bringing them apart. Or same with Mother Courage's, right? Like, say, for example, you get news of Mother Courage, you know, being destroyed or falling apart or on some map. And maybe, like, that's a big thing, too, right? The danger doesn't need to be at the location. The danger could be the journey there. And so, for example, if they made you trek through certain maps, it would be really cool, by the way. I know it's hard to do it, considering you don't want to make players sit down for a very long period of time to play, like, through a mission set. Because that does matter if you can pause in between. But, like, I do like the idea of having to, like, now if they do this kind of approach, right, where they do a bunch of small maps as opposed to big maps, it would be like, so say, for example, in the heart of the city. We're gonna leave it out of this door. We leave. Yeah.
Good thing I
Baby load.
resistant cocoa.
I hear a dog? I think I hear a dog. Yeah.
Another day. Whew. Another reason.
So let's go over to the regions map again. You guys went to, I need to talk. I need to go to the regions map. So, like, it depends on how, if what that guy was saying was true, right, and they are doing a lot of different maps, like, if their plan is to do a bunch of small maps as opposed to, like, bigger maps, if, like, their bigger maps are supposed to be Alpha Mausoleum, that's really about it, and Mesa, that's perfectly fine, but, like, imagine this, too. Imagine if your innards are, like, right here. Like, it feels like your innards are, like, around here somewhere, right? Like, maybe around here, underground, maybe they could be in the city. But, like, it would be cool. I've always wanted games to do this. And there might be a good reason why, but I can't think of one. Other than it might be too time-consuming, right? For extraction shooters, it might be too long to do this. Where, sure, you can't have the maps be connected in open world because that's just not technically available for them. But it would be cool, like, say, for example, for, like, an endgame goal, you need, like, you know, for example, right, you unlock better rigs later in the game, and say, for example, you know, you start needing to get prepared, or say, like, it could be water too, right? Say, for example, you need enough water to do the trip. Say, for example, if water was more of a way to unlock a lot of faraway maps. So say, for example, we started, I don't know, just like, we'll say in the middle of the map here, and we can get to Shanty, Downtown, Stairway, Scrapyard, Mesa, but like outside of that, going further and further away takes more water, perhaps something like that, but I don't know. But it would be cool to have to do multi-map raids. So say, for example, we heard that there is a Mother Courage that's disabled or like hurt or available to be destroyed on Scorched Enclave. And to do that, we need to like plan our route through the city. And so the Scorched Enclave might be the culmination of that, right? But the journey there could be equally, if not more difficult. It could be more about the journey than the destination. The journey could be the risk as opposed to the destination being the risk. Because naturally, we shouldn't be able to kill a mech or Mother Courage, right? But if we heard that it's a disabled one or a destroyed one that's salvageable or lost or forgotten, we could go over there. So, say, for example, we want to go over to Scorched Enclave. We go to Scrapyard, Mech Trenches, Mausoleum, and then Scorched Enclave. And then we need to make our way back too, right? Then we have to go back the same way. So, like, the journey to and there could be very, tumultuous. And I've always mentioned this too in Tarkov. It makes resource management much more interesting when you have to plan for multiple raids. Like, I always hated in Tarkov how fast you drain food and water because it feels like a game gimmick more than an actual realistic thing. But when you have multi-day raids, like in Tarkov or in this perchance, it would make a mechanic like that, like needing that water to get across the map or needing the food because you're so far away. It feels a lot more realistic or grounded. Hey, Bells, how's it going? And there might be something I'm not thinking about. Like, I'm not a game developer, so there could be, like, I've mentioned this for Tarkov, and I mentioned this for, like, a lot of games like this. Is like, multi-raid maps feel really cool, and they make the game feel like a dungeon, right? But there might be something technical about it that doesn't make it, like, it might just, maybe they've tried it and they figured out it's not fun for them, because they don't want to do it, perhaps. But, I don't know. Alright, what map do we want to do? Let's do a Nexus. We haven't done a Nexus in a while. Yeah, that's my main concern, Salah, in the sense of it might be too long for the player. You don't want to lock the player into, like, say, a, like, you know, a task that could take 3 or 4 hours. Though, I could see scenarios, right, where you let them, like, basically pause, right? So, as opposed to
like you could basically do kind of like Baldur's Gate, right? In the sense of you could do your innards and then you can do a camp. And say, for example, like, okay, so maybe our home innards is right here, and in between different areas, we have essentially a checkpoint or a rest zone. Oh, you're fine. I'll only say it once. You have basically an area or rest zone where you're free to log out of the game if you don't want to run the next raid immediately. So like if you do feel like you want to take a break between raids, you still have the option to, but like I do feel like that aspect would be like create cool stories too, right? In the sense of, oh no, like we used a lot of our meds or a lot of our ammo on this map. We might want to, like, you know, say for example, right, we're heading from our innards over here to Scrapyard Nexus, and something goes wrong, and we burn through a lot of our ammo and meds on Nexus. Instead of maybe blowing through trenches, we actually take our time and loot on trenches and try and find different meds and ammo in trenches so that we can actually have a better chance in Mausoleum, so on and so forth. So it would honestly too, like, create additional objectives for you, and then while you still have all of your progress unlocked back in the innards too, it would create scenarios where you still feel like you're light on resources in like the late game, right? Like, one big aspect of games like this, right, is you eventually get to the point, like right now, for example, where I have like, you know, $5 million or credits, and it feels like I have nothing stopping me from having everything, right? But in these like camps away from home, where I'm more relying on my ability to scavenge, right? Like, it would still make you feel like you have that scarcity that you normally don't have in endgame. And naturally, right, you would still have the ability to stockpile up back your innards and feel like you have plenty of supplies, but stuff might happen along the way, right, where you have to use the supplies to survive. And then you still have that feeling of scarcity, like, oh no, like I'm one zone away from my goal, but like I'm pretty low on meds and ammo. Yeah, Bell's exactly an expedition, right? It's literally an expedition. Expedition dungeon, different ways of wording it, but yeah, it's literally that. It's a multi-map, basically, raid setup. Alright, 762. Let's actually... What map are we doing, actually? Oh yeah, Nexus. We can do Call the Herd too, that's free. Also works. Alright, so let's do NTW for sure. Well, let's roll like an M16. I'm running M4, actually. Been that a while. So M4 plus NTW. Get a rig. Where are you? Yeah. And 50 cal. And 5.56. There we go. There we go. I got a lot of meds now, thank God. Regions, Nexus, and we're good. No, we don't need jump for this map. I normally always say jump, but we don't need jump for Nexus. Yeah, Sal, for sure. And it's like, yeah, more attentive to what you're looting. I do like the loot all, but I am like convinced that loot all might be too good. Someone recommended earlier, maybe like having loot all make noise perhaps would be a good way to balance it. So like you can silently loot by just taking your time, or loot all would cause a bunch of noise. Which I think is a fair, what's it called, way of balancing it out. Yeah, there's no roadmap right now, Salah, so you're like, we're all just kind of guessing and having fun with it, right? No. Yeah, check items too. Things that aren't efficient in regards to looting. Like that might you know, they exist, but they don't sell well, and they're pretty poor in volume and weight. basically like in-game, not punishments, but like things to disincentivize you from, you know, spamming lethal. We.
Not the right time to be on the surface.
See ya. Thanks for coming by, Gunto. Everyone? No more drones.
The report is in. It's raining bullets. Casey's fire!
I see a grenade launcher. Dead. Ow. Nope, he's still alive. Now he's dead. You want to choose life? I gave him the choice. He said no. He started charging at me again. No self-defense. You all saw it. Self-defense? Favorite map is probably... I really like Cemetery, except for the dog, which is kind of tragic. Probably Mausoleum. If, like, the only thing that makes me not want to say Mausoleum is right now, the LOD, level of detail, basically how good things look far away, is pretty brutal on that map. The LOD is pretty brutal on that map.
Fire!
Hold on, I can't remember what the actual change button is for, there we go. But, like, okay, so Mausoleum has an issue with, like, the LOD being pretty brutal. So basically, like, when you spawn at pipes and go over the, like, the cliff, and you're, like, on top of the hill and you can see down, Mausoleum looks very, not pixelated, but very, like, the textures aren't good. Like, it looks really cool, but, like, when you zoom in with, like, a scope, it looks real bad. So, like, Mausoleum's really cool, but, like, it's still too rough. And the FPS is really brutal on it. Like, I don't think the only map where I drop sub 60 is basically that map in the, like, the lower areas. Every other map's, like, always above 60. If not, like, way higher than that. Yeah, Mesa can be, like, hard sometimes, but I don't think I drop ever below 60 on Mesa. A 3080 bells, but I'm mainly CPU bound. I'm running a 1500X right now, and the game, I am always CPU bound in this game, and most games, to be honest. Same thing with Stalker 2. My CPU can never feed enough frames to my GPU. So, like, right now, if we look at it. Actually, no, I will say right now it's mainly GPU bound. This is a smaller map, though, I will say. Okay, so if we go... Hold on. If we go top left.
Yeah, so this game I'm getting 93 frames on. So other maps like Elephant Mausoleum and Mesa in particular, I usually sit around 60 mostly on those. And I think it's mainly because of the CPU. There's a lot more going on those maps. But not 3080. And considering too the stock price for a fucking 5080, I don't think I'm upgrading anytime soon. Though I might upgrade to a new CPU eventually. I think I'm gonna be on the 3080 for a long time. Unless there's like a Ryzen card or a Intel card that comes out that's amazing, that's worth the money. I can't see myself buying a new NVIDIA card anytime soon. I can justify a lot for a graphics card. I can't justify $1,500 for a graphics card. Yeah, exactly, right? And thing with like the crypto boom again now too, like crypto's booming again, which is gonna make cards scarce again. So Bells, actually, so we had to see if the rumors are true, Bells, but the new Battle Mage series for Intel that should be coming out around Christmas, around December, allegedly, we haven't seen it in person. We haven't seen it in person. But it's supposed to have the same performance as a 4070 Ti. So, and the 4070 Ti is a $600 MSRP. So if they can create a scenario where they actually do get the same performance of a 4070 Ti, if they charge a lot less for it, they're going to make a lot of money. As long as their drivers are good. I know like that's the big the big thing with like AMD and Intel in their first gen. The drivers fucking sucked. But I think Intel's mostly fixed their drivers. We'll have to see. Oh, maybe Rodden too. So, Deemer, I bought my 3080 as part of a pre-build. The pre-build itself was 2K, and what I did basically with that pre-build is turn it into my stream PC, and then put the 3080 in my big PC, and then basically, so I in essence paid 2K for a 3080, but at the same time I also got a PC for streaming. And this was during the boom, by the way, so this was like when you couldn't buy a 3080 outside of pre-builds, basically, unless you wanted to pay a scalper a lot of money. Oh, the 5000 series is supposed to be like... Oh, it did. Hold on. If that's the case, we might just go watch the Q&A real quick. The 5080 is supposed to be 1.5K, and then the 5090, I think it's supposed to start at 2K.
My device getting out. Diminishing by the
Which is utterly absurd. Yeah, I don't... Like I said, the only time I get like low FPS is around Elephant Mausoleum near the ravine. Yeah, it's absurd. And but like here's the thing too, right? Like, I'm upset with Nvidia, but I can't blame them because they're just doing their due diligence and taking like they're taking advantage of the crypto boom and the AI boom. Like, it does make a lot of sense what they're doing, right, from a business point. They're no longer consumer cards. Like, we're not supposed to be able to actually buy 5080s anymore, unless you're like a hardcore enthusiast. All right, yeah, Q&A.
Are there any updates on when the art book will be coming out?
Oh my goodness gracious. Yes. And we're definitely super pumped to share a partnership that we're cultivating right now, and definitely from a company that has inspired us over the years, and a lot of incredible artists have passed through those halls for sure. So yeah, definitely looking forward to sharing an announcement on that front. And we might do a larger coffee table book, which I'm super excited to share some details on as well. But, you know, we got to cultivate those deals and make it work. So yeah, can't wait to share more. Hopefully that'll be like some more information. Will be like a nice holiday surprise.
What kind of?
No, yeah, the art book for sure is going to be like a great source of extra revenue for them. I can't imagine, like, getting like actual tangible things is great, right? Like giving ways of people to support the devs more who want to support the devs and giving them extra stuff for it, like an art book.
What kind of optimization can we expect in the future? I have a lot of friends that would want to get the game, but they can't run it properly with their older hardware.
That's a good question. Shoot, I mean, if anything, so we just started working with one of my former colleagues from Guerrilla Games, Tom Newman. He does a lot of work for Epic, and he teaches a lot of courses as well. And he's a fucking monster. And so he's diving into the code base right now and going ham. So there's tons and tons and tons of optimization that he's coming through. So we should definitely get a ton of perf back on that front. Sorry, Jeff. I cut you off, man. Go ahead.
It's all good. It's all good. There's a lot of exciting things to talk about. Just ran in. Okay. Someone's got the zoomies. Yeah, I think it's fair to say, I mean, it's always possible to be surprised, but I think what we're dealing with now is a bazillion small improvements. I think like silver bullets are rapidly being consumed. Not like all of a sudden someone will find like, why are we taking 20 milliseconds on thing? But I think what it is now is like shaving off a little bit here, shaving off a little bit there, because there's so many little systems like the gun customization, AI routines, rendering effects, like it's every single thing is being addressed, and none of those things are like, we just quadrupled our frame rate. That's just not how it works at this point. But yeah, there's definitely a bunch of wins in there. It'll just be, like I said, a bazillion little things, not one gigantic thing. Probably.
Exactly. And it's, you know, it's always like a hard thing, you know, working with like cutting edge, you know, like new engines, of course, but by the same token, you know, the team's doing the best they can to look for, you know, any perf gains that we can get and just making sure that it runs as smoothly as it possibly can. At a certain point, you know, it's going to be really challenging. Like if the hardware is below like an Xbox Series S, then it's extremely challenging, because then that just kind of puts it out of the bracket of a lot of the just next gen engines. But, you know, we'll do what we can, as always. You know, it's the grind is eternal, but hey, I mean, we're on the case.
Well, you're raised.
Okay, so like the big thing there I heard was definitely that they're bringing in outside help into helping them optimize. Someone from Guerrilla Games. So apparently, it sounds like a few of the devs from Guerrilla Games, which I believe is Horizon Zero Dawn, right? Let's see here. I'd be wrong on this. Games. Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn is Guerrilla Games. So they're bringing in outside help for that. And so it makes sense. Like, so remember, this company was started mainly by art people. I'm not sure how technical they are, but it sounds like they're very much willing to like look for outside help in regards to making the game a full-fledged game. Like the AI person they're trying to hire, if they don't hired already, and then they're bringing outside help for optimization. So that's great.
Asia and Ureska eventually start fighting. I'm sick of watching European soldiers losing to a T-90 plus a cyborg army. I'd rather see it as a three-way battle.
Oh, it's funny you say a three-way battle. No, I won't spill the beans. I mean, we're definitely playing with a lot of the different faction relationships, including maybe some of the factions you haven't mentioned. I think that's as far on that threshold as I will go. But nothing's off the table. Actually, Miles and I were talking this morning about a specific feature and a different way to gain more allies or enemies. This is a huge spoiler because I won't say what we're talking about, but we're playing with all of those relationships and the features on how to manipulate those relationships, whether it's being quest systems or other systems, where not only do those things occur, like potentially Eurasia and Ureska fighting each other, it's based on activities you're partaking in, potentially, or not. Like it could also just be organically the war is tearing them apart. So yeah, I think all that stuff is on the table, but fictionally they are kind of tied at the hip, and they both have their use in terms of their front on the war for now.
Exactly. And it's not to discount. So as we expand, and this is definitely something that we're looking at exploring in Q1 next year, there's definitely rogue factions within these factions. And so there's a decent amount of infighting, but under specific circumstances. So from like a lore standpoint, if a Europa unit hasn't been resupplied by, you know, their overlords, then they might start raiding their own camps to get supplies, and they might start raiding, civilian areas as like their priority one, so they essentially become pirates. The same thing goes for, obviously the relationship and the interplay between Eruska and Eurasia. They will, depending on what state their units are in, kind of determines what their list of priorities are. Hopefully, that's not too much of a spoiler, but that's definitely something that we want to explore more deeply as we add more quests and interplay between the factions.
Will there be ways to
Okay, so it seems like they mainly don't want to add, like, they're doing a lot of factions, but they're also doing, they want to make a lot of, they're trying to basically create a fully dynamic system for all of the factions in regards to like different relationships and different statuses of those factions in the war. So like he was saying, right, where Europans will eventually become pirates, or essentially they will forcibly take supplies if they basically will plunder and pillage if they need to, as opposed to like wait for supplies from their high command. So stuff like that. That sounds cool. It sounds like it'd be a lot of work. But like it's depending on how many factions they have, right? Having that level of customization per map, per faction, if they make it overarching, I guess is fine. But I can imagine that being a lot of work, but we'll see.
alter the look of your characters? I'm asking because I have a friend who has gone the wrong way a couple of times because he was confused as to who he was.
Yeah. So I'll probably give away a little bit of this. So essentially the way that it works is we don't want to go like full character customization train just yet. I'd love to explore that in the future, but it probably wouldn't be anytime soon. So primarily the way that we're changing it is through, skins. But the idea, or rather the lore explanation behind the skins is when you go out there as a particular character and you get smoked, the idea is like that particular scav is dead, right? Like that scav is toast. So when you get back to the base, the reason that you see some variations in skin is because the idea is like this is a different operator, completely, or this is a different scav. And so we want to include like more like intros for that so that it's like telegraphed a little bit more clearly to the player. But that was kind of like the logic there. So it's got a little bit more, almost like the more grim roguelike aspects of that. That's definitely something that we wanted to play with. But yeah, short term, I don't see us like doing like a lot of crazy customization on that front for now, just because we want to keep it like very curated. And of course, our team is super small, so we don't want to get, stuck in like the content grind in that way. Like I'd much rather give you guys like more villains to fight or more weapons or more, instances like, within the hub to like interact with like characters in the world. If I had to decide between that and like funny hats, I'd probably put like funny hats like completely off the planet, But that being said, we are exploring mission rewards and a couple other components where if you survive a certain set of circumstances against a certain set of bad guys, then you can steal some of their shit and have some of their shit present on your character's skin. But it would be just essentially adding that reward to the roster of potential, opportunities for your new scavs to put that on, if that makes sense. So it would just be classified as another skin versus something that you decide, mask on, mask off, cosmetic, whatever. Hopefully that makes sense.
Can we?
Okay, so it sounds like their biggest concern in regards to trying to do full character customization is the amount of effort it would pull away from the other development of the game, which is perfectly fair. I much prefer that over the other one, right? I would much prefer having new enemies or new content as opposed to customization. I would much prefer new stuff as opposed to just more customized stuff. It's a trade-off, right? Remember, small company, they can't afford to have individual developers only making for hats. Yeah, it's a cool thing, Bells, for sure, to have, like, if you can have an extra, but, like, it's not necessary. I much prefer more content or more enemies opposed to funny hats or just anything, right? But it did sound like what they were basically saying, though, is as you do things through the game, you will collect trophies that you can display in your character.
We expect a sort of feature roadmap to ease impatience and manage expectations. No need to rush, but it'd be so awesome to have the Q&A plan features kind of translated to a roadmap to simultaneously hype players and give them realistic expectations, time and content-wise. Thanks for the work, Fun Dog. It's been an awesome experience so far. Still playing it almost daily as my chill go-to game. Optimization has really come a long way. Much love from Spain.
Awesome. Listen, absolutely internally we have a roadmap, but for y'all, we like the talking to be the game itself. So as this stuff gets released and as we focus on the stuff that's important to the game and that you are all asking for, it's announced soon before it comes out, and it comes out and it's awesome. So, and that's probably the methodology we will continue to go forward with.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's like, you know, as you guys saw, you know, with the trailer we put out for the content update, so there's a ton of not only optimization improvements there, but also, you know, new villains, new friendlies, and just a lot of new content, which we're going to be dropping on a fairly regular cadence just in the future as we rock and roll. So that was one of the big ones. Like we're leaning as much into a show don't tell as we can, and because, you know, we're an independent studio, we're actually able to do that. So as long as there's support from the community, you know, we'll continue to rock and roll and expand the universe of FW in as many ways as we can. I can share that a lot of the stuff that we're digging into right now is also on the lore side. So I very much can't wait to share some of the new updates that we're planning on rocking and rolling. So it's definitely going to be a Merry Christmas. A little bit of a spoiler there, but there's a bunch of heavy shit dropping very shortly. So can't wait to show you guys.
Okay, so naturally the end there said something coming soon, and they're kind of teasing Christmas. So something before Christmas. Now, okay, the big thing here is I definitely understand where they're coming from, the roadmaps, right? I think they are correct to never do a roadmap. I think it's a trap. For an indie company, it's a trap to do a roadmap. The only thing that will happen, there is nothing good to come from a roadmap. The positives you gain from releasing a roadmap do not come anywhere close to the negatives you get for missing those roadmap items. It is almost guaranteed better to never show the players a roadmap, because you are eventually going to not meet the criteria of that roadmap eventually for whatever reason, right? And you'll get the downside, right? Like you'll just get the critique. It's not worth the risk to do a roadmap. It's just not.
Do you have anything ready to tell us about Water 2.0?
Yeah, no, we're super excited to share a lot of the updates that we have with Water Death 2.0 and how they're going to dovetail into some of the more interesting meta components that are going to come online in Q1 next year as well. But in the short term, yeah, we've got a video coming out shortly that's going to kick ass. Definitely some more deets from Masked Man. And, you know, there's some philosophical stuff in there as well, which you guys don't give a shit about. But there's a lot of cool art in there too. And, yeah, no, we're looking
I care about philosophy. I wouldn't mind some philosophy in the game.
Mechanics.
Yeah.
And, you know, like we're trying to address, you know, some of the pain points as well.
I would love to hear the philosophy
like
around
skills
it.
always going to be like a primary factor for us. Like we very much want, you know, anything in our world to be earned if at all possible. So we're looking at ways to essentially augment some of the existing systems and push them to the next level. And some of you guys have already been dealing with, you know, some of these bastards, you know, in the field. So, you know, it's definitely, you know what you're up against, but I think the why is also important as well. We really appreciate the community, like, bearing with us as we try out some really crazy shit. There's a lot of other crazy shit coming up. So, yeah, no, I mean, like I said, if anything, I would just really appreciate the support and, you know, just the fact that, you know, you guys and gals had the courage to jump into, like, you know, a game that's trying out something a little bit different than, like, the conventional loop. So, yeah, if anything, that's the crux.
Having what I guess I'll call the luxury to be able to play with like systemic features that would just die on paper instantaneously in any other development environment is pretty damn awesome. And, you know, we live or die by the players playing the game. So that's super cool too, as we iterate on this stuff. So thanks. Yeah. If we want to say thanks to them, I want to say thanks to them. So maybe we'll say that.
No, 100%. And even something like the Rat King being like a friendly unit, this is the type of shit we don't get to do in other environments. And because we're independent, you know, that's created an opportunity to kind of explore those things. We're definitely pushing the boundaries on some of the narrative components as well. So we're definitely going to try to illuminate a little bit more while keeping a lot of it mysterious. But there's definitely a lot of shit that we would get in trouble for sure on the horizon. So definitely appreciate all the support.
Will your
Okay, so I think it makes sense, like Water 2.0 taking a good amount of time. When you rework full systems, it takes a while to actually program the system and like make sure it works and feels good before you release it out to us. I'm happy they didn't just immediately rush into making a new water system as reactionary, right? It's very like they're showing things that mean that they're wise and they're doing their due diligence. They're not just rushing things out for rushing things out, which is very just a good idea.
Europa get more presence during night shift. Currently, you mainly see Eruska/Asia during night shift on all the maps with night shift. The corpse tank being the only Eruskan unit to show up at all. If I am to understand this correct from a lore perspective, both sides send scavengers up to gather and recycle technology and biomass. If I am wrong, I guess ignore my question. Otherwise, will we see more European units skulking around at night in the future?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're definitely going to have a lot of really dope night operators for Europa. It's just like survivability. It's like a lot of the foot patrols that go out. It's not working out too well for them for standard infantry, but heavier units that have like super advanced night vision and potentially other units as well.
Are we gonna get Black Ops
gonna start seeing
like
those guys
Spec
in
Ops?
the near future? Absolutely. Yeah. It's the Europa homies are
we gonna fight
close to
SEAL
heart,
Team
so
6
they
of Europa?
definitely, they need some love in that space as well.
Are there any plans for more immersive and interesting ways for enemies to spawn? Right now, a lot of the enemies, infantry in particular, but also tanks and mechs often just appear. Are we planning to see drop ships, drop pods, paratroopers, APCs bring enemies onto the field in the future possibly?
Yes. Yeah, short answer. Yeah, Jeff got there first. But yeah, absolutely. And we've already got a ton of animations for reinforcement deployments, which are fucking sick, and I can't wait to share some of those. The animations
having the spawn normally would be great.
It's like every right in front of you. RTS intro in the history of mankind, like the freaking World in Conflict, OG cinematics. It's like, just ways of dropping off guys and gals to come after you and kill you. Yeah, we're definitely super excited about that. Some of it's going to be like a little bit of a perf challenge, but by the same token, I mean that's on us to figure out. So, it's I'm super pumped. Sorry, go ahead, Jeff. I cut you off.
I mean, yes, it's just as succinct as I can be. I think the only other thing I'll add as a tangent is, in addition to really cool ways to be deployed, we're also still working on improving the standalone just spawn units so they don't appear right in front of your face, and that'll continue to get better. Because sometimes it's appropriate just for a squad to exist, but yeah, we're going to minimize and get rid of, if possible, just guys right in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. If anything, like, just full transparency as well, and it's a little bit of a bummer, but it's also like a tough technical challenge. Is originally our early builds of the game, we absolutely had it just be like real-time simulation with like all the units kind of rocking and rolling, and you get what you get. But just from like a perf standpoint, if there's like a dude or like a whole set of squads that's like a couple kilometers away, it was just kind of tough just across the board, especially on like early development builds of Elephant. We're still trying to capture as much of that as we can, but that's definitely one of the technical challenges. So, we want to make sure that we're not robbing too much of like the immediate experience that you're going to be having, especially when you have squads that are split up or you have players that are very split up. Want to make sure that still stays performant and as a consistent experience as we can give you guys.
When can we expect gun?
Okay, no, that's good. So the biggest thing there is they're trying to lean away from spawn-ins and make them more like lore-based, which is great. This is full screen right now. If you guys want to change, you can just let me know. I'll just go back and see that basically bottom. But so like I do like, it seems like, yeah, what you were saying, Pixel 2, like Jeff sounds annoyed because they're cooking. It probably means that they have a lot of stuff ready, but it's just not fully polished yet. And so they want to wait until like it's ready to go. They want to make sure it's bug free. They seem like to be very like, considering I've been playing Ashes recently, it seems like these developers do not want to show us the full rawness sometimes. They will, but they rather not to. But yeah, them moving away from the spawn and pops in front of you would be really nice. They said they want to do that. The despawning is interesting, Bells, for sure.
I'm not sure how they're gonna deal with despawning. I know on like mech trenches, right, they did amend the despawn triggers a lot, so you don't have a lot of despawns anymore in game, which is kind of nice. But we'll see how they approach that. It is very immersive. Like, yeah, the immersion breaks immediately when you have a massive despawn behind you.
And what role will he fulfill? I noticed each scav seems to have a role. Will Gunhead be like a medium-heavy skirmish character? I believe Bagman already has a niche field with the HMG, and I'm really looking forward to comparing the two to see who is the heaviest.
Gunhead is a weapons platform. It's a machine that is designed to attack. Its head is a gun. So anything that doesn't have muscle and sinew, it'll probably carry quite a bit. It'll bring a ton of firepower to bear. It is also a machine. So it's going to attract a lot of heat when it starts delivering the heat. And medication, tobacco, alcohol, and even revive doesn't work when you're a machine. When you're destroyed, you're destroyed. So you may have, like in game terms, more hit points starting.
Gunhead can't heal.
There's no saving you. Once that's at 0, you're donezo. So
Gunhead no healing.
There's a cost-benefit analysis to that.
That's huge.
And that kind of gameplay. But if you like being a thick tank that attracts a lot of projectiles, there you go.
That's cool.
100%. And in terms of the timeline, I can say that everyone's going to have happy holidays, and I'm not going to specify which one.
Are you looking at ways to incentivize playing harder maps over grinding easier ones? There isn't currently a reason to run difficult maps over just spamming easy ones outside of variety. Are you going to look at systems to make map choice meaningful?
Definitely. Yeah, no, and this is actually going to dovetail into some of the macro elements that we're exploring probably Q1 next year on some of the interplay between some of the factions as well. So we're definitely super excited about that. But then I think there's another component as well, which is like the game was developed with like a lot of utility and player choice in mind. And so, you know, to me, it's like you think of, you know, a lot of games that we really enjoy, like Payday and Tarkov. It's like you would definitely see a lot of like the same, you know, types of grind where it's like people would grind the maps that they're comfortable with, right? They wouldn't go into like some of the other maps might be deemed as like harder with bunny ears. And so, you know, it's like it depends on, you know, as you're developing your character, as you're exploring, it's, you know, the space, the floor is open, you know, to you to use, you know, however you like. And I think that there's still a lot of charm in that. Like me personally, you know, like with a lot of our crew, when we play in the middle of the night, it's like we just do runs on whichever map is the most exciting, and that becomes the primary. Because we know that at least one of us is going to have a mission that's going to involve collecting water or collecting supplies or collecting ammo, and then there's a lot of other components in there where it's like I'm leveling up my retro M16 right now because I freaking love it, and it's completely impractical and useless, but it's also fantastic. You know, compared to some of the more sophisticated systems. But I think it's at the end of the day, the sandbox nature was kind of, you know, the point. I can also say that there's definitely going to be a use for a lot of the systems and subsystems in some of the later content as well. It never hurts to be overstocked. That's for sure.
Yeah. If we play our cards right, and the goal that we're going to achieve is without violating player expectation, like maps won't be like the easy or hard map. Now there'll still be a window, right? It's not going to be like this time I didn't take any damage, this time I died in the first nanosecond. But yeah, with whether some of the stuff we're doing, that predictability should hopefully turn into excitement.
First of all, huge kudos to the team. You're creating.
That's cool. I mean, like, I think the biggest thing right now with maps, right, is that a lot of the maps don't necessarily feel more difficult than the other. Outside of Cemetery, and Cemetery is like artificially difficult. It's more of just like the choices you make making it feel difficult. Now, I will say too, the biggest qualm I have with the maps currently is it doesn't really feel like there's a good like high risk, high reward areas. It all feels pretty ubiquitous. I don't really feel like on the maps like there's a cool like area with a bunch of loot that's dangerous to go to. It feels like that doesn't exist really anywhere.
Creating such a unique experience anyone would be proud of. Hold on, fun dogs. The current weapon system feels sort of weird, with most weapons being unsalvageable after their owner dies. While we get that it exists to avoid being able to amass large quantities of weapons, the mechanic ends up feeling kind of empty, with most pickups being just weapon-shaped money bags. Are there any plans to address the situation with a salvageable components mechanic of sorts?
First of all, thank you so much for the kind words. You know, we definitely appreciate it a lot. Second of all, absolutely. If anything, the exploit that was in there previously. It was funny because like I was using that too, because why not?
It was an exploit.
But yeah, we're definitely working on a subsystem that is pretty obvious on how to essentially restore or unlock some of the weapons that you find in the field. So we're definitely looking at exploring that for sure, and that'll be out in a future update. As you guys know, we work pretty quickly, so sooner than you think. We didn't want that functionality to be completely gone, and that was actually ironically one of the exploits where it was kind of like, it's like it serves a function within the game, and obviously we're growing a lot of these. As we mentioned, like there's a lot of expanded utility that we want to do with weapon systems, including a lot of near future components, adding that to the library as well. So can't wait to share more.
Yeah, one other thing I'll add on that is not every gun is in the same destroyed state every time it is dropped by specific enemies. So don't take that for granted. Even like right now, sometimes they're salvageable, sometimes they're not, depending on a whole variety of stuff in the back, math going on. But yeah, expanding on that is absolutely something we want to do.
We got some glimpses.
Yeah, so for those unaware, back in the previous batch, you could bring out destroyed guns, or rather, you would load into a map with destroyed guns. They would go from being destroyed to disabled, and then you'd basically leave again to repair them. That was always an exploit. I don't know why that would ever be an actual feature. It was so contrived and weird and silly. But like they do understand too, like people want to be able to do stuff with guns that bring out destroyed. So there's working in a system. I wouldn't expect until Q1. I don't think it's gonna be in this patch. You said near future, so I'm guessing Q1.
Into European and Eurasian civilization. But what about Eureka? Any descriptions you guys can share about their civilian life, society, and culture? Are they ruled by regional monarchs and church patriarchs? Do they have a czar figurehead, an eternal czar mastermind made of conglomerate of monarch brains stitched together? Are they subservient of their own AI leaders or just Eurasia by proxy?
That is a very, very good question. If anything, we'll bring Heyo on the next one because he's the primary on that faction. But I will also say you definitely hit the nail on the head for a couple of those things in terms of speculation, but they are definitely not in any way subservient. It's more like they perfected different types of battlefield utility. And you have to understand for a lot of these factions, and this is one of the things that, we alluded to in some of like the earlier components, and then Rilo dug into a little bit as well. If you're on a deployment in like the west mega coast of what used to be the United States, you
Los Angeles confirmed, boys.
don't actually know what home is, or if your loved ones are okay, or if really anything is still functioning back there. All you know is that occasionally we get resupplied, and the resupplies are controlled by regional artificial intelligence units. And those units might be deployed stateside, or those units might be elsewhere. So it's one of those interesting challenges about the universe that we created, is that essentially nobody actually knows. And so from like a soldier standpoint, it's like I got conscripted, that helped take care of my family back home. And I got put into a loading crate. That loading crate showed up off the coast of a continent that I didn't even know, because most of it got toasted. And then I got deployed to the front lines. And that's like the total extent. And then beyond that, they're in like a very big brother state where a lot of them are just broadcasting, propaganda. And that's their connection to like the higher ups. But that being said, you did hit the nail on the head in a couple areas for sure. So definitely we can dig more into that on the next one.
Can we expect visible improvements of AI in near updates, both behavior like pathfinding or detection and spawning?
Yes to all three. That's definitely something that the team is definitely shifting gears on. So as we get more updates in performance, we close out this month and then early next month, then a lot of the engineering team is going to be shifting to that. And we're super excited as there are a metric fuck ton of units that we've built but haven't been able to bring to life yet. And so we're definitely super pumped to explore that. And if anything, that might actually dovetail in.
So it's a big thing there is like, yeah, the modelers are at work. They have tons of models. They're probably short on animations. I would imagine like they probably have a ton of modelers, and they're judging from what we see in the game,
I imagine they're pretty short on animators. They have like an actual big constraint there. Maybe sound design too, but like mainly, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Tons of models, but they're not ready yet for both the coding purposes and the animation purposes.
Into one of the first community votes, which is you guys get to pick which faction gets the next batch, because we have new units for literally all three of them. So I figure that's a good place to start. So yeah, that's what's up.
I don't want to say what he said twice in a row, but like it's pretty close.
I do want to see Europa get more love.
All three of the systems that you point out and more will continue to get love. I think not knowing what order these questions are in, the different ways to deploy other than just spawning out of thin air will also be a huge step forward in terms of one of those elements. So yeah, I think also the question involved visuals specifically. The way I translate it, especially because a lot of it is behavior and AI, not visuals, because I'm main stick figure guy, is making sure they just don't get stuck or stand there and look at you or each other or whatever. Like there's a lot of improvements to be made there as well.
Exactly. And one of the other components that'll help for sure is that the animation team is also working on updating a lot of the standard animations for a lot of the different units.
I'm not dead, sister.
I know I personally definitely want, to see a lot of really cool updates on the infantry side, and the animation team has already knocked out a ton of them. They're looking super sick, so can't wait to get them all hooked up. It's gonna be sick.
What aspect of the game is currently getting the most attention from the dev team? And what area can we expect to see the most progress in the near future? And what is the team having the most fun working on?
That's a very, very, very good question. It's hard for me to gauge because we have a lot of different strike teams that are working on improving a lot of different aspects of the game. So I could say the engineering team is hyper-focused on expanded feature sets to a lot of the stuff they're working on, but they're also being incredibly cognizant and working heavily on performance. I would love for us to get into a place where we are able to shift focus from performance into feature dev, and that expands into a whole wide range of things. So that's improvements on artificial intelligence. We're looking at plussing a lot of our unit by 10 to 15% or more. And so that's going to be really exciting. But also some of the units that we've shown you guys, but we haven't fully deployed yet. I'm really, really excited on, some of like the interplay and how that's going to balance or unbalance some of the combat scenarios that are essentially playing out right now. So that's definitely a major focus on that side. And then on the animation side, it's a combination of components. So it's bringing online all of the movement sets for new player characters, but also looking at improving a lot of the existing units as well as like system solutions too, for like improved IK transitions and all that fun stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, because we're broken into strike teams, because we have a small crew, everybody's kind of working on a lot. So I couldn't point to one very specific thing where it's going to be like, yeah, we're going to see an improvement on that next week. Certainly performance, certainly AI, certainly enemy variety, certainly expanded locations for sure. So unlocking more on the sector map. Yeah, I mean, it's a metric fuck ton of stuff, but by the same token, we love it. So it's hard for me to gauge. I know I love the world building side a lot more than I love, the God damn it, this needs to work. What the fuck, right? So that's definitely that's definitely, a balance. But by the same token, when it does work, then that feeling is fantastic as well. So that I can only speak for myself in that regard.
I think from my perspective, like there's a lot going on, and I think like I mean, Miles said a lot of it. I won't go into the details, but like there's some people much smarter than me working on performance, both in terms of just the game at runtime and network stuff right now, which will help everything. There are meta systems being implemented or tested right now, which we're being careful to design to make sure that they have the maximum expandability so that we can use them in clever ways with systems you're already using, or you may not even know you're using, but are already being calculated. Those will have tangible, actual things you could.
On that note, that's very, like I said, I can't iterate enough how like either seasoned or knowledgeable these devs are. Like they're coming out with stuff pretty quickly, which is already surprising. And that they're making systems where they're trying to make sure they take their time and make them modular and make them expandable and make them interact with other systems. because that was like a big issue with Tarkov, right? For the longest time, Tarkov had to constantly rework different systems and go back because it wasn't working with other systems, right? They wanted to do something new and we had to go back and change a different system to actually make that new system work with that system. So like the devs here are being pretty wise in regards to making sure they take their time when they're first developing these systems to make sure they're expandable or easily interactable in the future, which is very wise. Also, bells. I don't think they can get rid of the tank physics, right? Because that's like part of the game now. The flying T-90s. That, or they need to like add a dropship in, or like imagine like a helicopter that carries T-90s around and still has like the flying T-90. I don't know, something like that.
Could do soon with some of the stuff we've talked about, whether it's water or other things that I won't get into details, and it'll allow us to grow a lot of the utilities and tools to do everything else we've been talking about. I mean, we already talked a lot about AI. The content fire hose is open all the way in terms of both just tools you can use, additional environments to explore, making the environments you already are in have different options or different aesthetics, being hub world or otherwise. Good gravy. A whole bunch like additional features that are back end related that'll help with communication, which I'll be coy on, but those are involving other implementations and changes to the stuff that'll make a bunch of the requests much more smooth and performant, as well as giving new features. One of the things that we do as a methodology is, unless absolutely impossible, anything we put in the game needs to have some sort of user-facing element and also be expandable. Now, anytime you make an absolute rule, you'll absolutely break that rule because game dev, but that's a good way to approach anything so that it makes sure you only ask engineers for like a turn of the crank once, and then you can use it in a bunch of different ways and ask them to do new things. Personally, I'm super excited by probably the new character because a lot of the stuff that's coming with Gunhead will also be our first major dip into the skill and progression tree, because a lot of the stuff that Gunhead will do will require active skills, because what's in the game right now is passive skills, I call them, which are buffs, and he'll need a button to do a thing, which is, if you blur your eyes, it's really obvious what the hell I'm talking about, but I'll let you think about it. But yeah, that'll not just be a Gunhead specific thing, that'll help us with all of the skill trees in the long.
So what I imagine this means is it means that Gunhead's actual Gunhead is like a triggered ability or active ability where you turn it on and it will probably target like the nearest hostile enemy to you. Maybe it has priority, but it seems like the head on top of your head's probably autonomous in some nature. And I wonder if this means, though, too, they'll give us a pass on all of the other characters with active abilities. Like, will all the characters also get some love and active abilities, or this might just be their first test of that with Gunhead?
Long term, maybe not immediately, but soon. So yeah, if I had to pick one, I'm really excited to sink my teeth into that, but everything's being worked on.
No, okay, no, that was good. I do think, like, they didn't answer everything, or like, rather, there's still plenty I would like to know more, but like, as a regular Q&A, that's perfectly fine. The biggest thing is patch sometime between now and Christmas, yeah. And it wasn't just a Gunhead patch too, they were alluding that there will be more things in the Christmas patch, or the holiday patch, if you want to call it that. And the fact too is, like, they said they work fast. They do, it's like, so far, according to me, they do work pretty quickly. If they can get out 2 content patches in a quarter, that's already a pretty breakneck pace for most game companies. And they did mention that too, in other words, like, they are not like a normal game dev. They've mentioned multiple times too, like, how their process would never work in normal game dev. So that's interesting, to say the least, and it gives me hope for the future. We'll just have to see. And maybe in the coming weeks, or, you know, maybe soon. Yeah, we'll see what they come out with. But that's it for today, everyone. Thank you for watching. I'll fix my stream in the meanwhile afterward. A lot of stuff going wrong today, but thanks for bearing with me. Have a good weekend, and I will see you guys for more Forever Winter on Monday. Thanks all. Bye.